All right, we have a quorum, so I would like to call to order this meeting for the afternoon of September 27th, 2022. Tony, can you please call roll?
Jimenez. Present. Perales. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Carrasco. Here. Davis.
Here.
Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley. Mahan.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
Licardo's absent. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's invocation will be provided by pastor of St. Francis Assisi Parish, the Reverend Matthew D. Stanley. Councilmember Arenas will tell us more.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor. I'm really honored to introduce Father Matthew Stanley, Father Matt of St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Parish, who'll be leading our invocation today, so large welcome to him. It's located in the Evergreen neighborhood. St. Francis is a multicultural faith community with nearly 3,000 registered families. Mass is celebrated in English, Spanish, Tagalog, Vietnamese, and Ibu. In 1997, Bishop Pierre Dumaine, the first bishop of the city of San Jose, established St. Francis as a parish in 1997. And this year, St. Francis is celebrating its 25th anniversary. I also want to share that I did get married in that parish 21 years ago. So I owe this parish quite a bit. The parish outreach program helps people with food, utilities, rent, medicine, and other emergency needs through its St. Francis Fund. They have a vibrant youth program for middle and high school students, a mental health ministry, a preschool that my kids went to, and they provide pastoral care and outreach to the elderly, sick, and homebound. So hundreds of parishioners volunteer every year for the benefit of both St. Francis of Assisi parish family as well as the larger community. They've opened up their doors for District 8 community to gather together on December 3rd, our beloved District 8 Community Roundtable will be having their annual holiday party at St. Francis with all of our neighborhood associations participating all at once. So St. Francis' mission, as you may know, is to acknowledge that everyone has been afforded gifts and talents by our Creator, and in a desire to grow even closer to God through faith, hope, and love, each person shall be inspired to offer their gifts in loving service of God and neighbor. And so thank you, Father Matt, for all that you do and sharing your prayers with us today.
Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for the opportunity to open this meeting. President Franklin Roosevelt asked the people of this land to devote themselves in a continuance of prayer as we rise each new day. And again, when each day is spent, let words of prayer be on our lips. And so we pray. Glorious and blessed God, we place our work and ourselves into your hands. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, our dialogue, so that even the smallest task may bring you honor. When we are challenged, guide us. When we are weary, energize us. When we are disillusioned, lift us up. May the work of our city council that is undertaken at this meeting bring hope, life, and courage to all they are called to serve. And let them be especially concerned with our fellow citizens who live on the margins of our society. And as we continue our prayer for peace in our world, and pray for all the victims of war, terrorism, and natural disaster, let us acknowledge, thank, and bless those among us who have chosen roles as first responders whenever there is a need. Almighty God, you graciously hear all our prayers, And you promise that when 2 or 3 agree together in your name, you will grant their request. Lord, keep our leaders grounded in what is good and true, protecting them from the temptations and distractions of power and influence. And may they know and follow you, leading us through faith, ever working for the good people of this city. And we make this prayer in your holy name. Amen. Thank you.
Next is ceremonial items. Councilmember Foley, will you please join me at the podium, and we will recognize and commend John McKay and Michael North.
But not hidden. Michael, don't hide. You know, some people you just have to rein in, you know? It seems like every time I'm up here, it's someone I have to rein in a little bit. But that's a good thing. These are people with personalities who do a lot in our community, and I'm happy to introduce them to you and welcome them and offer this commendation. Longtime friends and former owners of the Britannia Arms in Almaden, John McKay and Michael North, became beacons of light for the San Jose community and Greater Bay Area during times of need and tragedy. This is a small business that struggled like all of our small businesses during the pandemic, yet they continue to be generous and grateful and offering everything they could to the community and those in need around them. But prior to the pandemic, I have a couple stories to tell you of things they've done that are truly generous, that will really exemplify why I am offering this commendation to them today. Their restaurant had been a long-time gathering place for our local police officers. In fact, if you go there today, you will often see police officers there. And firefighters. So when San Jose police officer Michael Johnson was tragically killed in the line of duty, it was no question that these two would host a fundraiser with the help of the San Jose police officers. This fundraiser filled the Brit with community members and first responders and had crowds of people pouring into the parking lot. This event alone raised over $100,000 for Michael Johnson's family. Then in 2019, our community had the tragic mass shooting at the Gilroy Garlic Festival, where once again, both men opened their hearts and their doors to help with the healing process for the South Bay community and families. They have selflessly organized bicycle and toy drives year after year and numerous other events, auctions, fundraisers, taking it upon themselves to help this community without the expectation of receiving anything in return. Close friend Danny Miller said it wouldn't have mattered whether the space they had to host these events was 100 square feet or 200,000 square feet, because these two have always found some way that they can help out anyone in need in our community. They find new ways to give back every year and are never short of the outpouring of support from the community, which is exactly why I'm proud to stand here today and commend John McKay and Michael North for their exemplary community involvement and generous philanthropic endeavors. And I'd like to say, I often get asked a question, what's my favorite restaurant in District 9? And I have to say, because there are other District 9 restaurants that I frequent occasionally, but my absolute favorite has to be the Brit, and it is because of these two gentlemen. They make it friendly. It's like going to Cheers. If you're old enough to watch Cheers and remember that show where everybody knows your name, I know everybody knows my name, and it's fun to be there because they're kind and friendly. It's just like a big, happy family. So, John, Michael, thank you for letting me be part of your family, and our D9 staff to be part of your family, because you can often find us there after a stressful dumpster day having lunch. So, with that, Vice Mayor, I didn't forget about you. Please present the recognition to John McKay and Michael North, who will accept these commendations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would you like to? You're welcome. I will hold it, absolutely.
Sorry, don't have to. Pam read from a script, so can I. Okay, on behalf of our customers, our staff, and our family, we thank you for the recognition. It has been a good life working at the Brit and living in San Jose. It probably doesn't sound like I've lived here in San Jose for 50 years, but I have. And I've experienced many city council and council members. But I have to say that our current member, Pam Foley, is head and shoulders above the rest. Her staff and family have been very supportive of our business. Thank you, Pam. The Brit is still open, and we have the new owner is Paul. Paul Hong is over there. Please stand, Paul. Paul and Michael is working there as his general manager. So please, if you're in the area, please drop by and see them. And Paul has said that he'll continue to do what we have done in the past. And again, remember and support your local small businesses.
Thank you. Absolutely. Very good. Let's get a picture. I'm going to stand in the middle. Can I stand in the middle?
Leave you on the end. That's all right. Leave you on the end. Thank you.
I'll now like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Davis, to join me at the podium, and we will recognize and proclaim Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me today as we proclaim September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. A woman's risk of getting ovarian cancer during her lifetime is about 1 in 78. I want every woman in San Jose to live a healthy, fulfilling life, and to better protect ourselves, we must be informed of the signs, symptoms, and possible treatments of this life-altering disease. Today, we are joined by Shay Gerlinger from the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance. The Research Alliance works tirelessly to develop cures for this cancer and also provides support groups for ovarian cancer patients. Sarah Hawkins from the Teal Foundation is also joining us today. Sarah will be telling us about her mother's diagnosis and why they started the Teal Foundation. First, Shay will educate us about ovarian cancer symptoms and solutions and share her own personal story. Thank you, Shay and Sarah, for joining us today.
Sorry. I'm trying to be a millennial, so I had it on my phone, but I couldn't log in, sorry. So thank you so much. My name is Shay Gerlinger, and at age 35, my life was turned upside down when I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And I want to thank the city, and specifically Councilwoman Davis, for hearing our calls to raise awareness for ovarian cancer in our community. And if you'll indulge me, can everyone here that was either born with ovaries or knows someone who was born with ovaries, please raise your hand. Keep your hand up if you know the risk factors or symptoms of ovarian cancer. Most of us put our hands down, and I did too. I had no idea about my risk factors or what I was feeling and what those signs and symptoms ended up being. So I wanted to just raise a little bit of awareness in this corner of the community and hope that you'll do the same when you go home and share this with your loved ones. Every 23 minutes, which I think is how long we've all been in this room, someone in the US is diagnosed with ovarian cancer. It's the #1 cause of gynecologic deaths, killing more than 14,000 women in the US every year. It's especially important to raise awareness because the symptoms are really vague, and they're often misattributed to other things, so women go months to, if not years, without getting an accurate diagnosis. And because of that, when a woman is diagnosed with ovarian cancer, less than 50% of those women are alive 5 years later. So here I go. These are the common signs and symptoms: bloating, pelvic or abdominal pain, difficulty eating or feeling full quickly, or the need to urinate frequently. I bet you've all had that at least once this month, right? So what I'm here to tell you is don't take those signs and symptoms as something to ignore or something to misattribute to eating too much at the Brit. Go to the doctor, rule out ovarian cancer. It might not be, but it very well might be. And the way to catch ovarian cancer is to catch it early and to treat it. I would like to tell you that last weekend I celebrated 3 years without evidence of ovarian cancer, and I plan to spend the next 50 years of my life. Thank you. But now I have a new task, right, which is spreading awareness, increasing research funding, and making sure everyone in San Jose wears teal for the sharks, but also teal for ovarian cancer. So please, please, please spread the word, know the signs and symptoms, and help us join in this incredibly important cause of spreading awareness and raising funds. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hawkins, and my family and I started the Teal Foundation in 2014 after my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. We named our foundation after the awareness color for ovarian cancer, teal. By lighting up the city in teal, by wearing teal, and by promoting teal in any way you can, it shows support for women with ovarian cancer, an extremely deadly and yet underfunded women's cancer. On behalf of the Teal Foundation, I would like to thank the City of San Jose and Councilwoman Davis for recognizing September as National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. And thank you to Shay, who has spearheaded the effort to make this moment happen. My mom, Lori Desimone, was diagnosed too late and lost her battle nearly 7 years ago. Before she passed away, she wanted to make sure to leave a legacy where no more women had to endure what she did. She would be extremely proud of this moment. By recognizing the fact that awareness about ovarian cancer matters, you are not only showing support to women who are currently battling the disease, but you are offering hope to those of us who have lost loved ones, that the loss will not be in vain, but will carry forward a new future filled with better treatment options, a reliable early detection test, and ultimately a cure. Thank you again for all that you are doing to make sure that there is a brighter future for my 2 daughters and for all future generations to come.
On to orders of the day. Does any of my colleagues have any changes that they want to make to the printed agenda? Hearing none, our city manager, Jennifer McGuire, would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of William Bill Brill, who passed away on May 13th, 2022, at the age of 70.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones. Yes, today's City Council meeting is adjourned in memory of William Bill Brill, who served as the chair of the City of San Jose Civil Service Commission. Bill passed away on Friday, May 13th, 2022, leaving behind his son Meehan and his 9-year-old granddaughter Ivy. Bill was a dedicated public servant, having served on the Civil Service Commission for more than 20 years. He was known by past and present commissioners as bringing warmth, compassion, fairness, and professionalism in his role as chair. He also was calm, knowledgeable, and fair to all sides, and he asked astute questions and encouraged everyone to express their opinions and questions. Bill also had a great sense of humor and was known for telling stories about his granddaughter Ivy upon adjournment of the meetings. He grew beautiful flowers in his garden, which he'd bring to the city clerk's office, sometimes even making a special trip to drop them off. Bill will be truly missed. Sam Swift, current Civil Service Commissioner, and Ted Smith, former head of the Silicon Valley Toxics Coalition, would like to say a few words, so please feel free to step up to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Ted Smith. I'm here to pay tribute and honor my old friend Bill Brill. And I want to share with you a few things about him that you may not know. Going back to the 1980s, in early 1982, it was discovered by the Regional Water Quality Control Board that there were leaking underground tanks all throughout Silicon Valley that were polluting our groundwater basin. It started in South San Jose at Fairchild. There was a young woman there named Lorraine Ross, who was a young mother who had given birth to a child with a very serious heart defect. And she came forward and wrote an open letter to the mayor, Janet Gray Hayes at the time, explaining what was going on, that there were a number of women in that neighborhood who were having very serious birthing problems from drinking the polluted water from the leaking underground tanks. It was as a result of that that we formed the Silicon Valley Toxics Coalition, and Bill became one of the key members of that. It turns out he and Lorraine Ross had both had the same high school teacher, Frank Schiavo, at Willow Glen High School. Frank taught environmental studies. He taught them about the importance of paying attention to what was going on in the environment. And that brought them together, and that really, they formed some of the real focus of the Silicon Valley Toxics Coalition. Bill became one of our top volunteers. He got the Volunteer of the Year award in 1990. That's the picture right up there on the left. In 1996, he was able to present our annual award to Dolores Huerta from the United Farm Workers. Bill was a labor activist, and he was a bridge between the labor and environmental communities. And I think of him not only as someone who was very generous and a good volunteer, but someone who was a bridge builder. He spent his whole life doing that. And then finally, he was also able to present our annual award to Aaron Brockovich in 2000, after the movie had come out. And Aaron was, of course, a great environmental activist, and Bill was really thrilled to be able to be part of that. So I just, before he was a civil service commissioner, he had a really rich life. And I really miss him a lot and want to thank you for paying honor to him today.
Thank you. One more speaker. Welcome.
Take this thing off. Hi, I'm Sam Swift. I'm a local attorney. Been practicing here since 1978, I guess it was. And from 1990, limited my practice to representing injured firefighters and cops. Bill grew up down the street from my wife, Kathleen DeQuisto. I met him in 1980 when he was a meter reader for PG&E. He was active in the Central Labor Council and in local politics. He walked many a picket line and helped out on campaigns, including my father-in-law, John DeQuisto, when he ran for city council and was served his 8 years as a city council person. He then retired from PG&E and became a business rep for the Electrical Workers Union. And during that time, he was also chair of the Central Labor Council, running their meetings. At some point in that process, in addition to his work with the Toxics Coalition, he became a member of the Civil Service Commission, and he filled the employee spot and was elected by the employees periodically throughout his 20-year tenure. Last year, because there was a vacancy, He then convinced me to apply to the Civil Service Commission, which I then joined in January, which has been a very interesting adventure. He continued all those activities throughout his career, but he finally found the love of his life with Ivy. She's 9 years old now, and since her birth, she lives with her father, Mian, and his wife, Jen, in Atlanta. And for the last 9 years, he's taken trips of 17 days, because Phil was very precise, 4 to 5 times a year to Atlanta to spend time with Ivy. His life was well lived, and we will miss him, and the city will miss him dearly. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you. Next is the closed session report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do not have anything to report out of closed session today.
Okay, next is the consent calendar. I know Councilmember Foley would like to pull item 2.8, City Council appointment for Vision Zero Task Force. Do my colleagues have any other items that they'd like to pull from consent?
Vice Mayor, I think it's 2.18 I'm polling.
Okay. 2.18. And I don't see any hands raised, so Councilmember, well, actually, before we go to Councilmember Foley, we'll go to public comments.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. As you pulled Vision Zero appointees for the task force, Vision Zero Task Force appointees, this item, I just wanted to quickly offer that it's an important responsibility, to be a task force appointee to the Vision Zero Task Force, to any appointee position actually, but within the Vision Zero Task Force appointees, I think they have to have a good comprehension of not just the technology practices that will be needed for Vision Zero, but to really understand the open public policies and accountability practices that, and the civil rights and civil protections that all have to be a part of the future of deciding how technology is placed on our local street corners and its use. And I can't emphasize that enough, that to have that sort of knowledge actually it gives you a real leg up on how to organize, how to make decisions for Vision Zero things. And it really helps with that process a lot. So just a reminder of accountability practices with technology is just vitally important to community sustainability and community harmony, which is exactly what Vision Zero is working towards. So good luck with this item. Thanks for your time.
Sorry, back to the council.
Okay.
I couldn't get back to the Zoom screen.
No worries. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. The reason I pulled this is first to thank Councilmember Perales for his leadership on the Vision Zero Task Force for the last 2 years. He terms out, and sadly we will lose him in that position, but I am grateful to have been able to serve with him for 2 years and for him to have recommended me to replace him as the Vision Zero chair. I'm very grateful. And to the mayor, thank you for submitting the memo to make sure that it happens, that I'm able to take over leading Vision Zero, which is extremely important work that we do. Even though it's a task force and you think that this work is going to be finished, it'll never be finished until our streets are completely safe. And little by little, we're making them safer, and we will continue to be advocates to make our streets safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Foley, can you make a motion to accept your item in the whole consent calendar.
I will move the whole consent item agenda, including 2.18.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Don't see any other hands raised. Tony?
Jimenez? Yes. Peralez?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Crosco? Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo? Thank you.
Next is item 3.5, City Initiatives Roadmap, fourth quarter 2021.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have a presentation. So while we get that presentation active, I'll just say good afternoon, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public and city staff, Dolan Beckel, Chief of Staff for the City Manager here. Today, our leadership team here with me, who will introduce themselves, will present the City Initiatives Roadmap fourth quarter update, which at a summary level includes a quick background, our accomplishments last quarter, our plans this quarter, and next steps. As we have done in previous updates, the Enterprise Priority Executive Sponsors will present just briefly key items, allowing plenty of time for questions and answers. This update concludes just the first year of quarterly reporting to Council, and just the first time all 8 enterprise priorities will be reporting. As such, it seems appropriate to briefly reflect on our journey so far. The need for the setting of citywide priorities began actually in 2010, when the city had to prioritize certain types of work given the 25% reduction in the city's budget following the Great Recession. As we evolved our priority setting process, the city was also piloting the use of innovative Silicon Valley tools such as roadmaps and objectives as measured by key results, or OKRs, to help focus our work and bring more accountability and transparency to setting and meeting goals. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit in March of 2020, we realized the need to focus, prioritize, and deliver completely new services would be more critical than ever, and we created the first ever City Initiatives Roadmap and began setting and reporting on quarterly OKRs. We recognize that we have many areas for improvement in this process, and we will continue to iterate to improve. But we also believe we have come a long way in being more transparent, measured, and accountable in our delivery and prioritization of wicked problems, especially in the past 2 years, while also responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll now turn the presentation over to Eric Jensen.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, community members. I'm Eric Chiarella Jensen, Assistant to the City Manager. The purpose of the roadmap is to focus the city on its most vital change initiatives and service transformations. This is the roadmap that Council adopted for our 2021-2022 fiscal year. On the left side in gray are 8 enterprise priorities, 6 of which are community-facing and 2 of which are foundational. The purple boxes contain initiatives which are either change initiatives of new programs, projects, strategies, or policies, or service transformations focused on reimagining the delivery of a core service. So today, we will complete the reporting of this roadmap, which Council adopted on March 16th, 2021. Then we will begin reporting on this roadmap, which is the roadmap of 41 initiatives that Council adopted on May 16th, 2022 as part of our budget study sessions. This roadmap contains an iteration of enterprise priorities. Most notably is the sustainable and resilient city infrastructure and emergency preparedness, and then also Safer San Jose as enterprise priorities. This is the roadmap which we will report on in each quarter of this current fiscal year. Underpinning the roadmap is a process of implementation and accountability that sets and measures quarterly key results for each initiative. And so in the following slides, our executive sponsors will complete the 2021 to 2022 roadmap by sharing Q4 statuses as of June 30th, 2021. They will then share annual key results at the initiative level for the 2022 to 23 roadmap, as well as Q1 key results by enterprise priority. As we continue to learn and evolve our process, this is our first time setting annual key results at the initiative level, which we think can better help define and showcase expected progress as we codify scope. I will now turn it over to Rob Lloyd for Community and Economic Recovery.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Rob Lloyd, Deputy City Manager. On behalf of Rosalind Huey and I have the honor of kicking off the OKR reporting. The work of the COVID Recovery Task Force and administration teams met 17 of the 20 items that you see on the April through June OKR period. Special items of note that are include the successful ramp down of food distribution for Santa Clara County to reassume its primary role, moving the Promotores Program and Recovery Task Force community engagement efforts forward, and opening the Quetzal Gardens Small Business Resource Center with partners. Work on the Wi-Fi networks encountered some supply chain and construction delays that were mitigated into this OKR period and the next. But the Andrew P. Hill Go Live event was last week on 9/21, and we want to give credit to Library, Public Works, and ITD, our Information Technology Department, and our vendor partners for that major milestone. For the next slide, for 2022 and 2023, we are transitioning to the new priority initiatives approved. The key results focus on housing stabilization services, continuation of resilience core, and workforce services, small business recovery, and the work of recovery task force recommendations that are due to City Council in December of this year in partnership with the 55 community leaders. And looking forward to the OKRs that conclude this month, for the current period, we have 13. The main objectives shown here. Of note, there are the Advancing Resilience Core Phase 2 participation, eviction, diversion, and settlement, the COVID Resources Fair, and progress hiring and training the promotores. I am happy to report that 20 of 21 have been trained and activated. And then the work is tracking for these items with the exception of the RFP for technical assistance providers for small business. That's now slated for contract award by the end of October. So just for awareness on that one. Next, we have Kip Harkness for emergency management and preparedness.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, members of the public. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. These slides here with these two goals are essentially winding down some of our work from the pandemic, even though in the wind down we managed to have an additional 15 events on the vaccination side, and then we're transitioning many of the 174 personnel that we'd hired for the city from those positions and helping them land in new spots. Continued some of our outreach and our communications around the vaccination campaign and vaccination work. On the disaster preparedness side, we were able to move forward with getting an RFP out, request for proposal out for a consultant on the soft story work, completing that review and moving that to the next step. Next slide. So we folded in the emergency preparedness work with all of the infrastructure work that we were doing previously, and then added in the resilience component that we had been directed by Mayor and Council. You see 5 high-level objectives here, and then below them a total of 18 distinct work streams that feed up into those objectives. We'll actually be going into this in some greater depth in the T&E committee on Monday, so I won't steal the thunder from the T&E committee, but suffice it to say that this is a large team, a new team, and as you look at the scope and cost of what this will be, this is billions of dollars worth of work, some of which we have in hand and much of which we'll need to wind down from state, federal, and other sources in order to complete the remit on important priorities such as water resilience, energy resilience, and our overall infrastructure backlog. And with that, I am turning it next to, Rosalind.
Thank you, Kip. Rosalind Huey, and I'm actually filling in for Deputy City Manager Omar Passons to report on the Ending Homelessness Enterprise Priority. In Q1, staff developed 7 OKRs and 5 were successfully completed to meet our objective of increasing the production of emergency and interim housing. While we were not able to complete the agreements for the RV parking site at the Santa Teresa VTA site by the end of June, we did receive City Council approval to negotiate and execute an agreement with Life Moves for the operation of the site, and staff was able to host 1 community meeting. Since June, staff has completed the environmental analysis for the site and has conducted 2 additional community meetings. And we're happy to report that just last week, attorneys for VTA and the city completed negotiations, and we are now ready to execute the agreement. Staff will be bringing the VTA agreement to City Council for action on November 1st. The one item in red is regarding workshops to educate stakeholders on the encampment management strategy. We decided to hold off on these workshops because we are now tracking or taking a new approach for intake with the development of an encampment management work order system. This item is now being reported through the Smart Cities and Service Improvements Committee. Next slide. The city continues to scale and push for multiple solutions, both for emergency housing and community needs and for permanent housing. These objectives and initiatives capture both an ability to help people access needed services and to exit to permanent homes that end the person's homelessness. Further, it is essential to evaluate the role that the city can best play in decreasing the inflow of homelessness so that there are fewer people entering homelessness. The annual key results listed here center around much-needed expansions that will enhance quality of life and healthy neighborhoods for both our unhoused and housed residents. Next slide. These Q1 key results are the necessary steps on the path to achieving the larger annual results. Several efforts around expanding emergency interim housing are underway, as well as aggressive steps to stand up the RV parking site. In addition, the large number of people to be provided interim or permanent housing at the Guadalupe Gardens is demonstrative of both a continued urgency by staff and the need to fully clear and secure the Guadalupe flight path area. As to the prevention system, it is fundamental to reducing homelessness in our community, and the key result will be met by determining what percentage increase in homelessness prevention by household or individual will occur this year. I'll now turn the presentation over to Angel Rios to discuss Safer San Jose.
Thanks, Rosalind. We've adopted a new enterprise priority here, Safer San Jose, which is comprised of our initiatives that engage us all as participants in community safety. The city continues to push for greater trust, accountability, and stewardship of community safety through police reforms and operational improvements in our streets through Vision Zero and in our service delivery through continuity of operations. The annual key results listed here center around much-needed safety improvements that enhance neighborhood and street safety for all residents. Next slide. The quarterly results that you see here represent the next steps in meeting those annual key results. These include policy and procedure work within police reform and making traffic safety improvements along priority safety corridors. Shifting to safe, vibrant, and inclusive neighborhoods and public life. This work is informed by 3 overarching goals: stewarding trust to keep the community safe, activating vibrant spaces for people to access opportunities and services, and welcoming the community through inclusion and belonging. Some Q4 big lifts here include the weekly encampment trash services that hit 100% of sites. The response to the auditor's report on Children and Youth Bill of Rights audit, which is yellow on this screen here, has since turned green, and major accomplishments for citywide racial equity training have been accomplished, and you'll see a number of other accomplishments during that Q4 time period. As we look at annual key results, these annual key results really shift us to focusing on stewarding our neighborhoods, building a bridge of services for people to access opportunity, and our work to create a more welcoming community. We also included in here another box with other initiatives, and what you'll find in there are references to Viva Calle, Viva Parks, our work on really trying to enhance senior and therapeutic services, especially in high-need neighborhoods, and addressing social isolation for seniors. And we want to capture all that because we think all these things collectively really result to more vibrant, to achieving more vibrant neighborhoods. As you take a look at our Q1 work, these are the next steps that we've been focusing on, and that includes work at the Guadalupe Gardens, which has been a huge effort by staff and nearly complete. The launching of 29 childcare programs, a significant lift, especially in high-need communities, to make sure that kids that were impacted by not only COVID but just poverty in general had access to city and other resources took place. And then, of course, continued expansion and awareness around our digital equity and educational resources through the alignment with promotores. So a lot of work being accomplished in this area. And with that, I'll turn it back to Rosalind.
Thanks, Angel. For the Building the San Jose of Tomorrow with a Downtown for Everyone enterprise priority, 6 of the 9 OKRs were completed in Q4. And I'd just like to highlight a few of those items. Planning staff completed the rezonings of 1,000 parcels to align with the general plan. The City Council approved policy amendments to retire the North San Jose Development Area Policy and also approved the settlement agreement with the City of Santa Clara. And the tunneling contract for the BART Silicon Valley extension was also awarded. The 2 items in red, unfortunately, were not completed by June 2022. However, they have since been completed. In August, the City Council adopted the ordinance to establish the new Commission for the Community Stabilization and Opportunity Pathways Fund, and we are excited to share that the 2 new staff members started just a couple of weeks ago to manage the Downtown West budget and administrative process. This enterprise priority is comprised of several large work products, and accordingly, the annual results are focused on moving many major initiatives that have long, complex time horizons. So this is why we have developed more milestone-driven results. For example, for the high-speed rail project, you'll see that the certification of the final environmental impact report for the San Francisco to San Jose segment of the project, and then you'll see the initiation of the consultant work on grade separations along the Monterey corridor. In Q1, our key results are designed to work towards the next steps for these major projects. So for example, our milestone for the housing element is to release the draft document for public comment. And for the BART extension project, we have 2 milestones highlighted here. First, to complete the owner's advisor agreement, and then to advance the VT Co-op number 2 agreement for the tunnel and track work design and permitting costs. Next, I'll turn the presentation over to Jim Shannon.
Good afternoon, Jim Shannon, the city's budget director, and co-leading the strategic fiscal positioning and resource deployment enterprise priority with our assistant city manager, Lee Wilcox. For the Q4 results, pretty much green across the board, which is good news here. A few highlights to draw out. We were very focused in our intergovernmental relations activity and work, submitting 7 federal earmark funding requests for community projects aligned with our strategic project list, our legislative priorities, and the federal guidance on community project requests, and in particular secured $10 million in state funding to support housing and Vision Zero initiatives, which is good news to get that earmark funding. We also continued our work to embed equity as part of our considerations in the budget development process, in particular achieving a 75% staff rating for our budgeting for equity worksheets as helpful, which is a very important tool for departments and both the city manager's office to think about racial equity as part of our budget decision-making processes. And then completed and still ongoing a significant amount of work related to our pension obligation bond analysis, including some judicial validation and policy development that will be coming forward in the future. Moving to 22-23 for our annual key results for these roadmap initiatives that are on the 22-23 roadmap. We have emergency fiscal recovery and planning, really focused on effective and efficient fiscal recovery and tracking efforts related to all the external sources that we have. We are also looking for to reassess outcomes, equity indicators, and performance management of the existing structure that we currently have, piloting one city service area and one enterprise priority for the upcoming fiscal year. Moving forward on the disparity study with the goal of having a more equitable procurement and small business development workforce, advancing equity through culture and practice, with a variety of trainings and workshops, and looking for an 80% of workforce to be engaged and clear about their role in advancing racial equity throughout the organization, and continue to making progress on improving our procurement process, including hiring, municipal code updates, and internal processes. Looking at Q1 in particular, we have ensuring that we complete our initial FEMA reimbursement request for funds spent during the emergency. This will be a number of requests we are going to be making for a number of years, but we want to make sure that we continue the process that we're on. On the second column there, I'll highlight ensuring that 80% of city leadership that participate in the racial equity study session are very clear about their role in advancing racial equity, diversity, and inclusion in the city of San Jose. That's a study session that will be happening just in a couple of days. And putting together I want to highlight putting together an executive brief to build that leadership team so we can sprint on our CSA pilot to revise the outcomes, equity indicators, and performance management, as well as facilitating hopefully an 80% green status on all of the Q1 city initiatives on the roadmap. I'm going to pass it over to Jennifer Shembry.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Shembry, Director of HR and OER, and I am here to present on Powered by People. So you can see here our Q4 2022 actual key results. We achieved 11. One was in the yellow and 3 were in the red. One of those we intentionally did pause, and the other 2 are definitely on track to be done in Q1. One thing I wanted to highlight here was our goal of hiring 200 to 270 positions for citywide vacancies. We did achieve that goal, and as you know, this is the first time we've put together hiring goals for the city, and this work that was done in this Q4 has really informed us to be successful in Q1, which I'll talk about in a couple of slides. Also did want to highlight the implementing 10 changes to minimum qualifications that drive workforce diversity, another goal that we achieved that's also really important to our recruitment. Next slide here is on our annual key results. Without going over these, I think we could say, though, is that this really continues our focus on hiring, employee well-being, and customer service, which really aligns with our recruitment and our retention efforts. And then for Q1 for 2023, we have 18 total goals here. Couple that I wanted to highlight, in addition to the hiring goal, which we've actually already met. We have a couple days left in this quarter, but we have met that hiring goal, and we are actually at the top end, closer to the top end of that hiring goal, so very proud of the work there. A couple of things, we did the very successful trauma-informed care study session with the council. That goal was achieved. We are working very closely with San Jose State in a partnership with them to help with our recruitment and retention. And then we are also working on our mentorship program, and our goal here is 300 participants for the city mentorship program. We're not quite there yet, so make a little plug for if you haven't signed up for the mentorship program, we'd love to have you involved in that. And I will turn it over to Dolan for the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Jennifer. So that was a marathon 15-minute presentation of a 60-page memo. I'm sure you'll have lots of more detailed questions, but we felt we wanted to get to the Q&A as quickly as possible. So just to conclude, some lessons learned and the path forward. Many of these were discussed at the May 16th budget study session, but we just wanted to reiterate our commitment to formulating the first draft of the roadmap before the budget study sessions next year, so that'll be able to inform the discussion more. We're also committed to pivoting to key outcomes in addition to key outputs. Both are necessary, as we've seen some of the more milestones from longer-term tasks, such as in the downtown and development work. We've also seen more outcomes in parks and neighborhood services, and in the ending homeless, you'll see that the initiatives there have more outcome-driven measures. As Jim said, we're going to be piloting our large outcome equity indicators and performance management in year one and then scaling it. In previous years, when we did this last time, it was several people for about 3 years to fully hit all the CSAs. And so we're going to make sure we nail it before we can scale it. And we'll be spending this first year piloting a review, an update, and modernization of the outcomes, identifying the vital few equity indicators where we can actually make measurable progress on closing racial disparities, and then updating our performance management so it's not paper, but something maybe you'll actually be able to see on a screen. And then finally, we'll continue to evaluate the capacity of staff and leadership to do this work and the progress that is made, and if we have to make any course corrections, we'll of course be coming back to council. Next slide, I'd just like to express our appreciation for the leaders of the roadmap initiatives, I think many of whom are in the audience with us today to answer any questions. These are just the leaders of the initiatives, the directors and the initiative leads and some of their staff. There are hundreds more working on these initiatives in addition to their day-to-day core city services, because we're doing change initiatives and service transformations and core city services all with the same staff. So we thank them for their efforts. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you to all the staff who worked so hard to move these initiatives forward. We'll now go to public comments.
Blair?
Blair Beekman here. I'm sitting at the BART station, so things might get a little loud. Sorry about that. First of all, procedurally, I think you guys made a mistake on the consent calendar. You approved all of the items together without offering public comment for the remaining consent calendar items. I had public comment on item 2.4 that I think I can speak to here at this time. This is such a broad range of issues. So hopefully I can do that. No, Vice Mayor Jones?
No.
Well, I think you're mistaken, Vice Mayor Jones. But I will continue, and you can judge for yourself. To begin, first off, I first would like to thank you for this measure, for this item. You're talking about the future of our, you know, our practices as a community, as a city. And
Back to the council.
All right. Councilmember Foley.
Boy, I didn't expect to be the first one up on this. Thank you for the really comprehensive presentation. It was really a good analysis of the roadmap format, and I really like this format. It's really easy to follow. But I have some questions and some comments. We have a lot of key results that are measurable and ambitious, while also being achievable. But I'm a little concerned that some of these results are not measurable. For example, one of the key results is to expand awareness of digital equity and education resources. That doesn't feel like a measurable goal, so I'm curious how we plan to measure digital equity and education resources. Also, some of the results don't seem adequately ambitious. For example, constructing 6 traffic safety improvements doesn't feel like a very ambitious goal across the city. Some of these key results also do not feel like results, like constructing the safety improvements. A result might be we've reduced deaths. The result isn't necessarily constructing the improvement. The result is what do we expect to see from having that improvement done. While I'm happy to see us tracking our key performance indicators and keeping ourselves accountable, I'm overall a bit concerned that these results are not necessarily tracking what we should be tracking. It's great that we've met all of these results. I think we've done a tremendous job. Our staff has done a tremendous job over the last couple of years and really moved forward positively on many of these initiatives. But truly, we need to keep pushing, keep being aggressive with things that we can do to help improve our city. So I have a couple of questions. The first one is that one of the key results for the safe, vibrant, and inclusive neighborhoods and public life was to make traffic safety improvements at 5 locations. And did I read that this goal wasn't met? And what were the 5 improvements to be?
Yeah, Councilmember, so we actually made 4 of the 5 improvements, and those were basically over on Sierra Cabrillo Road. That was an enhanced crosswalk. That was done. There was a radar speed sign on Monroe. That was the second. The third is 13th Street radar speed sign. And the fourth is one speed sign on Branham. The fifth one, there was community opposition with the Penitentiary Creek and the Rock Canyon community, and so we're still doing some outreach in coordination with District 4 to kind of work through that. But of those 5, we were able to accomplish 4 with the 5th one pending.
Okay, so these are enhanced crosswalks, they're radars that have been put in, but you only, Angel, you just listed 5, and I know in my district alone, I had 5 of those implemented or approved last year. So how are we differentiating between what we may call citywide versus district-wide? Versus it feels that there's an obvious difference between a radar sign, as you mentioned, and then the comprehensive safety improvements that we've done on Hillsdale that were dramatic and in reducing a lane in each direction and really working to narrow that street and making it safer. So how do we list which one is more important and why are some listed and others are not?
Yeah, and I think it's a great question. So the 5 that I mentioned, those were Q4 results and work. In quarter 1, you'll see that there was 100% completion on the improvements along the 2.3 miles. You mentioned Hillsdale Avenue, right? So real significant improvements there. In addition to that, there's been an additional 6 locations where traffic safety improvements have been made. Leeward, Story, and Ocala, on Choctaw between Snell and Blossom. There's San Antonio Lower Silver Creek Trail, Elm Rock and Manning, Kirtner Avenue, another. So we have another 6. So what we're trying to do is, based on the data, based on the incidents, we're trying to really prioritize the enhancements that need to be made based on the need, in this case, the danger that it poses, right? And we're trying to chunk this down into a strategic approach so that we get these things done quarterly, being driven by the data, being driven by reducing risk and harm.
Absolutely, and I'm absolutely in support of that. My point is that we're doing more than we're documenting here in the report, and we should be proud of the work that we're done, but it should not stop the work that we're done. It's extremely important we continue to analyze the data of streets and what is going to make our streets safer for pedestrians and what can we do from an infrastructure standpoint. So I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Sure. I do have a couple of questions also. I could spend a long time on transportation, but I'm not going to. It's really important that we make our streets safe, and obviously Vision Zero is a passion of mine. But I also want to talk about staffing a little bit, the Powered by People, and the number of employees that have been hired this year is great. And the 10 changes to the minimum qualifications is outstanding. But Jennifer, can you tell me what those changes were and how they have impacted our current employees, promotions, retentions, quality of their employment and their employment satisfaction?
And are you specifically referring to the MQ changes?
Yes.
So most of them are updating job specs, so generally, and a lot of them are allowing for substitution. So we allow for a substitution for a bachelor's degree with experience or things like that. Some of them have been removing certifications that we think are outdated or that other agencies don't require. We have not yet gone back and looked at what is the impact. Some of those we haven't even yet recruited for. They're in the list of things to recruit for, but that is definitely something that we should be looking at.
So will you be analyzing what success that has in promoting from within and retention? Because I think that's the goal, is we have employees who were stuck because they didn't have a bachelor's degree, but they had 5 years of experience doing the work and they weren't able to move up. So are we seeing, or will you be analyzing those numbers to see how effective those are?
So what we'll be looking at are the recruitments. So these are typically classifications where we've recruited and have not been successful, where we've only maybe gotten 10 applications. So what we'll be looking at is next time around when we recruit, how many applications do we get? Was the recruitment successful? And if not, we'll need to reevaluate. Was this really the change we needed to make, or is there something else that needs to be done? But it's really based on the success of the recruitment.
Okay, so we're not using these, or we're not considering these in terms of promotions and where employees might be able to be promoted now that this one roadblock might be removed. I'd like to see us do that.
Okay, I think we can, let me think about that, but I understand your point and how we can look at that.
Okay, great, thank you. What else did I want to ask you about? And I don't see my clock ticking down for 10 minutes, so I'm just going to keep going until my 10 clock. I'm just kidding. Really not. My colleagues are freaking out now that I say, because you all know that's not typically me, so I try to stay within the restrictive timeline, and it's vice mayor now, so I got to be careful. A question on the status of the SJ permits version 2.1 and simplifying the permit process, online application for permits. How far, what is left to be done? Rosalind, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember. So we are making progress in upgrading the public portal. Where we ran into issues is regarding the building division. So we've made progress on public works, on fire, and in planning, and continuing to move forward on the building division work.
Okay, and then the goal is to have an opportunity for people to submit to apply for their permits online, particularly for an uncomplicated permit process.
That is absolutely correct.
To simplify things.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I did have one more question in that general area, if I can find them. Oh, there's a pilot building inspection for low-risk customers who consistently pass. So these aren't trouble contractors who we have to watch all the time. How is the pilot developing, or has it been released? What does that look like, and how long will we be studying it before we roll it out completely?
Yes, Councilmember, we're really super excited to roll out this pilot. We understand the challenges that we've had in our inspection program. I know the team is just beginning to look at devising the pilot. They're already looking at our customers and companies who consistently demonstrate that they're doing the work well. And so instead of actually having to inspect every item, they'll be sampling, picking those particular items, things that they would be inspecting and not doing all of them. And so we'll be happy to provide updates, probably through the Community and Economic Development Committee, as Chris Burton and the team is providing dashboard reports and updates on all of the development services improvements moving forward.
And when do you think a contractor might be able to benefit from this program, the pilot program?
I would say that staff is looking to roll this out this fall. I'm looking up into the audience.
Chris is going to tell me it's already
come down and talk about his time frame. But I know that the program, we're working on it immediately now. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. We're actually launching the program on Monday, so inspectors will be able to benefit starting next week.
That is awesome. I did not expect that answer, so I'm really glad to hear that. I just want to share, council members and our staffs are out in the field all the time. We're out in our community, and I happened to be walking in my neighborhood the other day, and one of my neighbors is a small general contractor. They build custom homes in San Jose. And he said, boy, it would really be great if there was this opportunity for those of us who don't have violations, who have really a clean contractor's record, to just go through the city and have a process that's more simplified for them. So I'm really happy to be able to report to him that it's done, and Monday it'll be rolled out. So thank you very much. That concludes my questions. Would you like a motion, Vice Mayor?
Actually, Council Member, there is one follow-up I wanted to just clarify. First of all, you mentioned a lot of things in the beginning of your questions, and we'll go back. I think the important thing here in transportation is we do have an annual goal. We have an annual key result that focuses on the Vision Zero traffic safety and the number of crashes, and the reduction each year in the percentage rate. And so as part of what we're going to be doing and looking at outcomes, equity indicators, and performance management, if you look at our public safety CSA today, it's about the number of people who will help their other people in need. And so we recognize that our outcomes need to be kind of updated and refreshed. The traffic safety and the number of collisions per population of going from 2.3 to 2.1 down to 1.9 is really what we are focused on, and Jim's team is focused on. Part of what we're doing in this outcome, equity indicators, and performance management is making sure that the CSAs and the enterprise priorities are aligned, and we're not confusing staff. But I can guarantee you that what Jim and Laura are looking at is that traffic fatalities per 1,000 people and getting that down to 1.9.
I really appreciate it, and I did see the percentage in the report, but so thank you for reminding me and the public of that as well, that we are watching it. Our numbers of fatalities are going up this year. Last year was a larger number than previous years, and this year is on track to meet that, to pass that goal, which is not a goal that we want to pass. Actually, it's not a goal. we don't want to break that record. Let me phrase it that way. So thank you for that.
And I will entertain a motion if you want to make it.
I'll move acceptance of the report.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Mahan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thanks to staff for this great report. Really awesome to see the full roadmap reflected. And I think to Dolan's point, clearly made a lot of progress in implementing OKRs. It's great to see more of the KRs be quantifiable. So it's objective. We kind of know that we were on track or not. I think that's valuable. I also think just having this overview helps empower us to have that snapshot of where you are, so then we can follow up with relevant department staff to understand with our follow-up questions. Obviously, we could take the rest of the day digging into each of these. I did want to touch on one, and then I had a couple of higher level points. The one key result I wanted to dive into was under Enterprise Priority 3, ending homelessness, and the red box around the workshops. And I just wanted to better understand if that's blocking anything, what the barriers are to hosting those stakeholder meetings.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I see Andrea coming down. As she's coming down, I did just want to share that there has been a change in our approach for this new system, and maybe Andrea can share more about that as we move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Andrea Flores-Shelton, Deputy Director with Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. The approach that we were taking at fourth quarter was to let folks know about the approach that you all adopted on May 3rd. It was a simplistic start to the conversation, and since we decided to step back with the CMO, IT department, housing department, and think more holistically about our work order system, we decided to pause because those workshops might beg questions that we don't have a full answer to. So we wanted to design the system, which we're excited to be doing a human-centered approach. The visioning sessions have kicked off, and so we're hoping urgently to start designing this and then being able to communicate and create expectations with the community about when they do have an inquiry about an encampment, what the next steps would be. And frankly, we also just want to manage sort of the volume and understand how we can do that appropriately. So it's going to take a little bit more time.
Okay, and that's why I assume then that's why that KR did not carry through to the next quarter. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so then that leads to a second question, which is, I also noticed RV parking site in District 10 did not carry through. Is there a reason for that? If I'm reading this correctly, as we look at Q1, that was a partially completed KR we've been working on, key result we've been working on that did not make it through to the next quarter, even though it's not completed?
Yeah, thank you so much, council member. I think perhaps we decided not to carry that through because we're actually making progress currently and looking to come to city council in November. So we could have easily carried it through, but because we're making such great progress, we just decided not to carry that on to the next quarter and get it completed in November.
So could we go to slide 13, because I believe it did carry forward, but maybe we misnamed it or we lost it in the detail. So Eric, do you want to cover that one?
Yes, if we can get the presentation back up. But if you are looking in front of you at the Q1 OKRs for ending homelessness, there's a second key result in the first column related to the VTA Santa Teresa.
Oh, it moved.
Yeah, so...
I got it.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mistake.
As we revise objectives each year, sometimes the work streams might shift as well. And so it just moved over a couple columns on you.
Got it. Okay.
But your point's taken. There's a lot of detail, and we might be able to explain it better next time.
Yeah. No, I see. The objective was renamed then, or just moved to a different objective? That's fine. We can take it offline. It looks like it was then listed under a different objective, which is why I didn't see it where I expected. Okay. That leads to just two other quick questions. One is around how you're thinking about objectives. So this is kind of leveling up, not about this enterprise priority. Many of these objectives, though scoped to 12 months, are things that we could be working on for 12 years. And so as you think about the next iteration of this system, how do you plan on scoping objectives such that the whole organization and the council have greater alignment around what exactly the objective is in a 12-month time frame? And I'm not sure it should just be a collection of KRs, right? I think it needs to be something higher order than that.
Yeah, so I guess the path forward, the best way to explain that is that is what we are addressing in that initiative we added to the roadmap: outcomes, equity indicators, and performance management, so that we ensure we have an aligned relationship between the CSAs, which have objectives that are quality of life or community impact, and the objectives that are in the enterprise priorities. The objectives in the enterprise priorities were meant to be aspirational and not specific to a time frame, because the roadmap would span more itself. It was planned to span more than 1 year at a time, so it'd be the outcomes and the measures that we're working on, so that you can have a more quantifiable, what are we going to get accomplished in a 12-month period of time. We're certainly open to revisiting what those objectives are when we look at the pilot CSA and the pilot enterprise priorities. We're going to start from the top down. So we'll start with the CSAs that have missions and visions and outcomes and strategic goals, all of which are qualitative. And then we have key performance measures, which are quantitative. And we'll be doing the same thing for the enterprise priorities, so that when we're done with that, we'll see the alignment. We'll be bringing that our status back to PISFIS in the spring, and we'll continue to do so till we have agreement on that framework for updating and modernizing both the CSAs as well as the enterprise priorities.
Okay, that sounds good. And you're taking that to PISFIS in the spring, so it'll touch on the budget process, but not necessarily it's kind of in parallel with the budget process, I take it?
What we see this as kind of a multi-year transformation, right? So what we're trying to do is get the terminology. When people say outcomes, what do they mean? When they say goals, what do they mean? When they say results, what do they mean? And ensure that's aligned throughout the organization so we don't confuse people, because that's how they're being measured today. We really will not have that rolled out to update and modernize and align the CSAs and the enterprise priorities, probably for at least 2 years. Last time the city did this, it was actually a 3-year effort with 8 full-time people, able to get that alignment down to the actual departmental activity workloads. So we're going to pilot that this first year and get it right, and then roll it out to the other CSAs and other enterprise priorities in the following year. That's our current plan that we're proposing.
Okay. And when you say pilot that to get it right, what's the scope of the pilot?
So can we go to slide 32? So through our work, what we have...
Ours end at 30, Dolan.
Correct. There is an extra slide that was added this morning, so I apologize for that.
There's a hidden slide?
There's a hidden slide, yes. So what we are... Okay. So our approach is to find the best area to pilot, updating and modernizing the CSAs and making sure they're aligned with the enterprise priorities, objectives, and key results. And what we're looking at is a number of things. First of all, we want to make sure that we progress our work on equity and our equity indicators. And so we need to find the intersection of our equity action plans and where we have mature performance management today. We're doing this with existing leadership and staff, so we have to look at the capacity, and then we also need to look at the program and service operations data that's both available and accurate and can be disaggregated by race and location. So taking that in mind, we'll be at PISFIS, we'll be saying this is the CSA and the enterprise priority we are piloting. And we're looking at the entire structure of both. So CSAs, again, have outcomes, they have strategic goals, they have CSA performance metrics and measures that have baselines and targets over time, and those go all the way down into the departments to performance measures and activity workloads. We have dashboards that report on that today that are mainly paper-based. Then we have the enterprise priorities, which you're more familiar with, which have objectives and key results. We're going to be looking at all of that and aligning all of that.
And hopefully
one
simplifying.
CSA and one
hopefully
enterprise
simplifying all of that.
We will work to make it more concise and have probably less things. I think we recognize that there are a number of performance measures that we don't need to report or that are no longer appropriate, and there are other performance measure and outcomes that are, like homelessness, that you actually don't see in the CSAs except for one line item. So we recognize that there's things that we need to add that are important priorities that were established in the March budget message that we need to add and measure more detail, like homelessness. And then there are other, as you are pointing out, probably other performance measures that are not necessary to track, and we can simplify how we report that out in the dashboards.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful to get a slightly better understanding of. I very much agree with the move toward starting top down from how we envision success over time and where we want to end up, and then coming back down into defining the measures, the key results that we think indicate that we are on the pathway. I worry as I look at this and the complexity of it that we're still building up from a kind of disaggregated set of key results that reflect what we've been doing versus building back down from where we want to be. So it sounds like we're going to be making that shift over the next couple of years, which I think is great. One final question just about sequencing and helping the council to be able to give input, and maybe this will be worked out through the pilot and working through PISFIS on this. I noticed we are looking at these OKR sort of mini dashboards or whatever we want to call these retrospectively, looking at the last 2 quarters effectively. September is basically at a close here. Is there a world in which, have you considered previewing the objectives and KRs for the forward-looking quarter so that we can ask questions and give feedback on those?
Yeah, I think to fall on the sword, we're behind.
Okay.
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
we should.
reasonable,
We're behind in our reporting, which gets to that leadership and staff capacity.
Yeah.
Right. We're all the same people that are managing and driving the roadmap are the same people that are managing and driving the customer service vision and standards initiatives and other things. So we're admittedly behind. We're adding staff and we're adding capacity to support the DCMs as well. So our goal would be to catch up.
Sure. And hence the importance of having a more narrowly focused pilot to really show that we can get this right in a more manageable, with a more manageable body of work.
That was our experience. And we have, and Kip may want to add in, we've looked at other cities and other countries and how they measure, how they establish and report on priorities and measure performance. And those council members who are around in 2020 and before may remember the priority setting process, which was a 25-page Microsoft Word table. In fact, I have one here from Noberto and Dave. And we're leaps and beyond that right now in terms of accountability and transparency. We've also looked at other cities to see what they have, and they're actually looking to us as best practices, which is why Bloomberg has given us 2 years in a row silver status on using data to drive operational decisions. But yeah, we definitely feel that piloting it and the change and then scaling it is the right approach. And again, we'll be working that through PIS-FIS, so you'll be able to see and preview anything before it comes to council.
Great. Thanks, Dolan. That's all I had, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo.
Thank you. From where we were just a few years ago, and this is much more clear for us, for the public, much more transparent. I think it all keeps us all accountable to each other much more. And I appreciate the work that's gone into all this. I just had 3 quick questions. One, on hiring Jennifer Shembry, it sounds as though there's been a lot of progress, but I wasn't that clear about where we were within that KR, where the quarterly goal was to hire between 190, I think it was 198 and 292 new hires to fill vacancies. Could you just, if you haven't said that already, forgive me if I missed it, could you tell us where we are?
Sure. I don't think I gave an exact number, but I said that we met the goal. We are at 273. So we're at the top end of that goal.
That's great. Good to hear. And the vacancy rate has come down, I think, about 1% or so, or is it a little more than that?
So it did go down, and then we added positions in the budget, so it went back up. But if you take out those positions that we added, we're still slowly making progress month by month.
That's really encouraging. Thank you. I know it's hard because every employer is struggling right now to hire. Sadly, I'm guessing the economy is going to change that pretty quickly, but in any event, I'm glad to see we're making good progress. I also want to just say, I do think that the trash cleanups, encampment cleaning, servicing the encampments with the pickup of garbage and so forth, I think visually, anecdotally, from what I'm seeing, it has got considerably better. And I think a lot of the people are working hard on that, Olympia and the whole team are really, I think, showing progress. So thank you for all that work. I had a question about the housing element timeline, because I know that is critical for eligibility for state and federal grants. And I know we're already behind in terms of several months and at risk of losing eligibility for some important affordable housing dollars that we need. Could we just get a sort of a quick update in terms of what's the progress, and to what extent could we as the council either help or hurt our ability to get that housing element over the goal line so that we can ensure we continue to be eligible for those state dollars?
Thank you, Mayor. Rosalind Huey. So we have actually just this past summer completed the public comment period. I think that ended in mid-August. So we have actually just recently, I believe in the last week or so, just submitted our initial draft of the housing element to the State Housing Community Development Department. I'm going to probably ask either Chris or Jackie to come down to indicate when we expect to get the first round of comments from the state, so then we could respond to those. I know that currently we are tracking on bringing the final document to City Council for your action next spring. And I see Chris Burton making his way down now. Thank you, Chris.
And Chris, and thank you, Rosalind. And Chris, I know you're just coming down now. Just really, the bottom line is, my understanding is we're going to be several months late based on the state deadline. Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. So as Rosalind said, we did just submit our first draft a week on Friday into HCD. We anticipate that coming back to us probably in December with a turnaround time through late December into January. We would hope to resubmit at the start of February for our next 60-day review to HCD. The timeline for approval, we should have a certified housing element by January 31st. We're currently predicting that we'll be before council in June of next year to bring that forward for adoption.
Thanks, Chris. The reason why I raised this, in addition to it being really important, is I know several of my colleagues have submitted a memorandum to the Rules Committee, and undoubtedly with many good reasons to be wanting to take a very close look at this housing element because it is important. But I'm hoping that the authors and the Rules Committee will be sensitive to the very significant challenge staff is facing right now, the whole city's facing. If we end up slowing that down any further in our ability to be eligible for dollars that we critically need to get people housed. So I know that's coming up tomorrow, but I just wanted to provide some context. And then finally, great to see the progress on the build out at Andrew Hill and Independence, I shouldn't say at those schools, but in the surrounding neighborhoods, the community Wi-Fi. You know, this is something I know we're all proud of, to see that this is serving so many hundreds of thousands of our residents now. But I know an ongoing concern of mine has been whether or not students and their families are actually using it and how well the system is serving our families and our students in East San Jose. And the reason why I'm raising that question, of course, is because we're now seeing federal programs, both FCC and congressional authorized programs, that are providing almost effectively free cellular service for low-income families. And I think it's helpful for us to know, is our system, is our network really performing at a very high level in terms of providing that service? Or over time, should we be thinking about how we maybe move from that network toward a more cellular focused future, if that's where the dollars are to support those who have financial barriers to getting online? So the question was really, how are we doing in measuring or understanding how well people are using that network?
Thanks, Mayor. We're going to have Ann Grabowski from the library come down and address that topic.
Mayor and Council, I'm Ann Grabowski, Division Manager for Digital Equity and Empowerment with the San Jose Public Library, and I oversee the city's the citywide effort on digital equity, including community Wi-Fi. We are continuing to monitor and manage the performance of the network. We're currently receiving data from the equipment in the network itself, which shows ongoing performance and performance improvements. We are continuing to manage a few issues on data availability and reliability, and so our citywide team is managing that. But I'm excited to announce that with the deployment of SJ311, we are for the first time starting to receive feedback from the users on how the performance is actually, how they're actually engaging with the network and where it's working and where it's not. And in the next quarter, we will be endeavoring to marry the data from the equipment and the user experience and doing ongoing testing. So Mayor, we completely appreciate your point. We also know from user feedback that the ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is the program that you mentioned, is extremely helpful, and there are still thousands of families who will never choose to sign up for that program for a variety of privacy reasons. And so we know that Wi-Fi will always be something that at least a certain portion of our population will rely on. So while we don't have a concrete future plan for where we should be going, we know that the service is working, and we know that we have data in place and continuing to come into the pipeline that will help us continue to improve it.
Thanks, Ann. Can I just ask in terms of how we're getting that feedback? Are we actively soliciting it, or are we sort of relying on complaints that might be coming through the school district? Or
We do have an open exchange with the school district for any user experience feedback that they are providing, but we are actively pursuing and promoting the use of SJ311 to provide user experience data. Actually, early next week, about 40,000 of our residents will receive a postcard informing them that they live in a community Wi-Fi attendance area, that Wi-Fi should be available near their home, and encouraging them to report the service level that they experience at their home on their devices. And so we are actively promoting the availability of that user experience survey in as many languages as we can. The print collateral has gone out in 3 languages.
so just in terms of concrete ways, they actually report that, how, by texting or?
By using the SJ311 service, so either through the app or through the online portal.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Ann. I appreciate understanding that better. I know that part of the challenge is if we know they're not going to use, I mean, I know you know this already. We're trying to reach a lot of folks who may not be super digitally savvy, so relying on them to report through 311 may have a really limited pool of responses. But anyway, happy to talk more offline. I'd be really interested in knowing how we're
Mayor, I think your point is well taken, and I will say that that's our starting point. That's not our ending point, and that's
Great.
immediately what we're focused on.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for letting me butt in.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to start with some questions, and the first one will be around community Wi-Fi, so this is a good segue. First of all, I just want to thank our staff for a lot of the work that has been done so far. I know we've gotten Silver Creek and Mount Pleasant designs finalized. We've actually completed, or you all completed, Independence, Oak Grove. Andrew Hill is, I think, mostly done under construction, or had some delays. I'm not sure where it's at this point, but I know that there's been a lot of progress, and this progress and was supposed to be for a 10-year span. It was a plan for a 10-year digital inclusion plan, and you all did it in 2, and so congratulations, first of all, for doing that, and second, for keeping your eyes on what our community is saying and your ears to the ground in terms of what those needs continue to be and what those difficulties are for those folks, because obstacles that we may think are not there, or we may not even think that there's those obstacles, and we want to resolve for and come up with some solutions that we think might be implemented that would be better. But I think we need to make sure that what we're doing now, I think it's working. I think could our community Wi-Fi be better broadcasted to those who live around in a neighborhood? Absolutely, but I think there's already some movement towards there. So I don't know that we need to change strategies at this point. But and this is just from the conversation that was happening. But what I really wanted to figure out is if there's anything that you need from us, from council, to keep the Wi-Fi locations moving forward and swiftly, because I think it's when we have a 10-year digital inclusion plan and we are able to do it in 2 years, obviously there's some priorities that you put aside, and there's also a lot of work that you did to complete this. And my question is, what is it that you need from council at this point so we can continue to move as swiftly as we did during the pandemic?
Councilmember, thank you very much. Ann Grabowski, Division Manager for Digital Equity. I don't think we need much. You have empowered us significantly to move faster, further, and broader than we were otherwise contemplating doing before the pandemic. The staff has fully taken that challenge and the referrals that you've given us. We are working actively on an update to the broadband and digital inclusion strategy, which is going to come to council with recommendations on where we go next. And there will be several council decisions later this year and into next year about how we continue to sustain the different pillars of the program, from the digital inclusion fund and grants through to community Wi-Fi and kind of the future organizational structure. So at present, we don't need anything to continue forward, and before we need something, there will be policy decisions for the council to make.
Thank you. And so what is the, I guess we can wait until this comes back and you give us some information, but just a sneak peek in terms of the integration between the promotoras and the community Wi-Fi, because I think there's a natural fit. I just don't know when the promotoras are gonna happen, but is that is that center to what's going to happen next?
It's absolutely included. We are letting the promotores come up and get trained and get their feet under them, which is happening now, thanks to the good leadership of the Community and Economic Recovery team. And so as they come up and get trained and start to expand out into the community, then we'll be taking some initial data from what their findings are and what the response and reaction is, and then we'll kind of realign our plans and reorient our goals.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and I know that you've been working really hard, of course, with Jill and the rest of the team, but there's partners that we have that also rely on us and our leadership and sticking to really the plans that we all said that we were going to commit to. And so because of those partners and because of the good work that you're doing, I really hope that we will continue down this path, because I think it's been productive so far. And we just need to make sure that we connect our community with the rest of what we're doing. So good job, great. I'm going to move on, and I don't know that anybody else has other questions, but I'm going to move on to promotoras, which is kind of the natural next. Looking at you. So I hear they're getting trained. It sounds like there's about 21 of them, right? When are they going to begin the work? How can you lay that out a little bit more for me? It wasn't very specific in this.
Thank you, Council Member. So yes, we're very excited that we've actually contracted with 3 community-based organizations, and they have actually hired, actually 20 promotoras. There was one person that actually just recently had to drop out. So we now have 20 hired. All 20 of those individuals have been trained. So we're very thankful that our city departments and staff have been working with the promotoras, sharing the resources on all the recovery initiatives. So from housing to digital literacy to small business to workforce development. They've been training the promotoras on this material, giving them the information so then they can go out into the communities. They've actually already started. Their outreach and engagement started in August. So we're very excited that this work will continue throughout this fall.
Oh, that's great news. Potentially I might have talked with one of them in the community. I just didn't know that they were our promotoras, right? But that's very exciting. So let me ask you this. You said that there was some level of involvement with the Office of Economic Development. What are they helping with? Maybe getting that business association established down on Tully? That's the one that I had in my district. Is that what you mean when you say that they have a level of collaboration or partnership with?
So what I was referring to in terms of training the promotores, we've been each department that has involvement in any recovery initiative. So it could include small businesses, workforce development, housing stabilization. We've been training them on the existing city resources that are available so that they can then take that information into the community.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
Okay.
it's separate from, you're probably thinking
Sure.
about the business district manager for that corridor.
Right. Okay, maybe offline we can talk about that. But I'm glad that they're getting a little bit of everything. It would be wonderful also for them to learn about some of the resources that we contract out with, like those small business groups that we contract for engagement and things of that sort, or that are specific to an ethnic group. Okay, I'm going to move on to Powered by People. I know that there is a vacancy rate. Obviously, it's not exclusive to us, but there is something about having a vacancy in the to fill the vacancies that speaks truly about where we are with hiring, in a way that we can't streamline. We can't consider streamlining hiring because there isn't enough to do that. What's the first step that we're going to take to actually do internal, or what is the plan to actually be able to fill vacancies? Because maybe in the Power by People objectives, maybe we need to pause on some of the other objectives. Is there something that we can do to make sure that we have enough folks to work on vacancies?
Sure. Jennifer Shambry, Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations. The vacancy rate is not only getting people in the door, but it's also maintaining our staff. So retaining our staff, because anytime someone leaves, that's just another vacancy to fill. So the whole Power by People objective also includes things that are important to retaining staff, which I think is just as important as recruiting, and that's mentorship program, employee experience conversations, and those sorts of things. So I think all of the Power by People things go hand in hand with our vacancy rate, and I think the changes that we've made we're seeing results in, and each classification is different though. We may need to do something different with one classification, whether it's an MQ change or it's a salary change or those sorts of things, and we're just going to have to keep working through those issues as they arise.
I'm glad that you mentioned maintaining staff, because I think there's also a lot of folks who are long-term employees and that may have, maybe they started out when they were young and didn't have all of their requirements or education. And I feel like there's a lot of our folks who are getting retired and moving to another agency. And so I don't know if there's more to explore there, but I'm sure there is. And I would be interested in learning how many of our employees are actually retiring from the city of San Jose and going somewhere else. Because for a lot of long-term employees, they stay in one place for a reason. They like the stability, right? So the other reason they may leave is because of salaries. So is that something that you're actually poking at, that you're taking a look into?
Not specifically whether when people are retiring, are they going to another agency? That's not typically data we would collect. And I think historically when someone becomes retirement eligible, they typically do leave. Whether or not they go get a job elsewhere, I don't know, or they actually retire, that's different. But I'm not sure. I think we'd have to think about that area and what we could explore there. Nothing comes to my mind at the moment, though.
Well, I think it's easier for us to retain people that have been here for a really long time rather than attract somebody new, right? Because that also takes investment in training and whatnot. So I think it's worth our time to take a look at some of our long-term employees to see if there is movement, if there's an upward movement for those folks. And that way they can provide some space for the folks who are coming in who are at the kind of the startup positions, if you will. It would be interesting to see if that's part of the issues. And the reason I say this is because a lot of the folks that I worked with almost 25 years ago are here. And so that means that's more than 25 years of service to the city. And I'm sure they're coming to an end as well. And so it would be great not to lose that institutional knowledge of those employees. As we all know, that relationships are half of the answer when we want to solve for issues. Those are my. Oh no, actually no. I had one more. This is about the Children's Bill of Rights. Thank you, Jennifer. And I just want to thank the administration for the deferral. I think it was really important for our youth commission to take a look at the Bill of Rights and for us to gather their input, and so that we can really integrate that. My last thing is about racial equity and how will, and I don't see Sulma, but I'm guessing maybe Angel. Oh, Sulma, way up on top. I'm sorry. Sulma, we've talked about this, but I just want also the council to know the movement on the equity roundtable and where it's at, because it's just it's a new, not commission, right? But it is a group that's going to provide us with some direction and some feedback. And I just want to know, and I want our council to know and our community to know, how will we receive that feedback from them? And how will we decide, is this part of the discussion today, maybe to give you some feedback on the areas that we think that the equity roundtable should, or whatever the new name will be, in terms of what to focus on and when to provide us that feedback?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So Sulma Maciel, Director of the Office of Racial Equity. The new group, the new advisory group, which is advisory to the city manager's office, once it's composed, the members of that group will decide what they believe the priorities are. And so taking the list from the roadmap items, they will go through a prioritization to identify those that they believe they can work on over the next year, right? What feasibly, not only what they are interested in, but what is ready, right? The readiness of the project to engage community upstream. If it's a project that's already almost in conclusion, then it's not something they would be interested in working on, but something that really requires effective community engagement upstream so that they're weighing in to what's going to be proposed, either whether it be a policy, an initiative, or a program. So ultimately, they get to decide, and this is where we shift the power a little bit to have them decide what 2 to 3 projects they want to work on over the next fiscal year.
And when will that be decided? Because I think it's strategic for us to line it up during a certain time before the budget, so that if you're talking about upstream, we can make sure that it's upstream in case it's one of the areas that they're interested in.
Yeah, that's so the part of it is the urgency to get this launched, but also to do it really well. And as you know, we're going to be doing outreach in October to make sure that people are aware that there'll be this opportunity to serve on this new advisory group. Once that's composed, then there's some training that needs to happen, an orientation about what this group will do, foundational racial equity training, how to run an equity analysis. And so it's likely that that decision won't be made until January, where they'll come to decide and prioritize, which is a little ahead. Maybe the timing works out in the end.
I think so.
So more on that.
Oh, great. I'm really happy to hear about that. And let me just share with our council members who are not part of our NSC and don't get to be part of those conversations. Is just that Sullivan has been working really hard and our community has been working really hard to put this together and to make sure that it is thoughtful and strategic and that it's meaningful. And so I just want to publicly just thank you for all the really good work that you're doing.
Appreciate it.
Those are the questions that I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. Lots of good questions, so I'll be super quick. I'll start with the Wi-Fi. I wanted to thank our city team for working really hard on this during COVID and ramping up very, very quickly. I'd also like to really thank the Eastside Union High School District and the voters in the Eastside who voted for their initial infrastructure bond that allowed that to even get started. And also wanted to thank all the feeder districts to the Eastside Union High School districts who have developed an agreement with the Eastside Union High School District to provide all of the maintenance for the Wi-Fi and really have brought together all of the school districts in the East Side in developing some long-term planning around the Wi-Fi projects. And that's a lot of collaboration, a lot of construction, a lot of project management in a very short amount of time. So I wanted to thank you for that. And thank you for the postcards that are going out. I live in one of the areas, and it was interesting to see it pop up on my little Wi-Fi for YB. And so I just wanted to say that. I also wanted to raise the issue that, you know, there really isn't, just like so many of the things that we tackle here, there isn't really one Wi-Fi to rule them all, right? Like we really need multiple ways of helping families connect to the internet. And as we come out of COVID, we've learned how important that is, not just for learning at home, but telehealth. So many other opportunities are now done online. A lot of mental health interventions are done online. So this really is a life-saving tool. But a lot of the families in the district, you know, for multiple reasons, aren't going to sign up for a service. And those that can absolutely should. But things got very complicated. I know Rocket Ship, Franklin McKinley, and so many other school districts devoted staff to really sitting down with families and helping them go through rent receipts and spending hours getting people signed up for programs, those that could, and those that would, and for folks living in non-traditional living arrangements or don't want to submit all of their personal information to a federal broadband program. There are a lot of reasons why people wouldn't want to give their personal information for a federally subsidized program. And so really having that menu of options has been huge. And so I'd like to thank the library staff and just everybody for doing such a great job on that. Secondly, I wanted to throw in my 2 cents on staffing as well. I know we've made big strides and really just developing the plan to get to this point has taken a lot of work. And I agree with you. I think keeping the people that we have is huge. You know, our city has had a lot of brain drain over recent years, and young folks have left us to go to other cities, and that's the reality of it. I just want to figure out a way, and as we've done the job fairs, what is great is that we've been part of the job fairs because we are an employer too, right? Like we hire people, we hire young people, we hire teenagers, we hire retirees, like, so we are an option. And so it was nice to see our departments included in the Work to Future and the job fairs that we've had. But I just want to ask for further streamlining people into city jobs, because I think if we can get them young, like we're San Jose has a lot of opportunity for folks. And if they can come in, they might come in as a lifeguard or something else, and then we keep them and they see what it's like working here. We don't just keep them, we grow them. We support them as they go to college, and then they get out of college and they move into a career with the city. And there are folks that used to have those careers, and I think we're at a point in time now where that's another future that if we invest in folks to make it easier for them to come to the city young or non-traditional routes, and so making that more accessible, like offering years of experience instead of a degree, all of those things make huge strides. So I just wanted to make that point and thank you all for continuing to do that work, because we still have a lot of work to do to address our vacancy rates. So thank you. And lastly, I had some questions for the housing department, if someone could come down, around staffing. We have some projects coming online that require contracts with providers. And are we doing any kind of an analysis on a pay analysis, particularly for frontline staff, caseload numbers, and also are we looking at that, and then also on top of that requiring minimum staffing levels in our contracts for projects that we support or subsidize?
Hi, I'm Jackie Morales-Friend. I'm the Director of Housing. And for the nonprofit services where we're having a challenge, or they're having a challenge hiring, and where we're seeing that are in our outreach centers, in some of our housing sites where there's supports offered there, we are looking at salaries. We have asked some of our providers, frankly, to increase their salaries to make them more competitive in this market, especially when we're trying to provide mental health services. Those are the ones that we're having a really difficult time in the nonprofit sector hiring. So yes, we are looking at salaries, and we're also doing a complete review of our outreach program to better identify how much staffing we actually need, given the amount of calls and the amount of work that we're asking our teams to do. We see that they are not being effective in the outreach because the touch is so quick, they have to move on to the next encampment. And what we understand about outreach, to make it effective, it's all about developing relationships. And so we are doing a complete overview of the outreach.
Thank you. And I agree, and this has been an issue for us during COVID, especially with nonprofits. We've been expanding some of these services. We're relying on a small number of organizations, and other counties are dealing with, we're all relying on basically the same organizations. And frontline staff, who do this work because they believe in it, are often not paid enough. They are often living in precarious living situations themselves. And so I think that's what's making these jobs difficult for a lot of folks. But are we, in the pay analysis, are we then looking at, when we develop these contracts and agreements with providers, okay, increase your pay, increase the benefits, the city would, I'm assuming, pay that. And then are we going to require minimum staffing levels, right? If we open a tiny home project or if we open a safe parking site, I think one of the things that makes these programs so successful is the staffing, right? It's that relationship with their case manager that makes them successful. And if they're constantly short of case managers, then that support just isn't there, and then we're warehousing people, which is not what we want. So are we looking at case load requirements or minimum and maximums and minimum staffing levels for those things?
So one of the things we are doing is we have a contract with we're working in partnership with the San Francisco Foundation, and they have been reviewing our emergency interim housing sites, and one of their recommendations is about looking at the staffing levels of which they are doing. So they're coming back with some recommendations to us to look at levels of acuity and to see if we can actually look at these interim housing sites based on acuity. So in sites where we're going to put people with higher levels of acuity, meaning higher levels of need, we need to have higher level of staffing. And for those sites where we're not going to put the higher level need people, we can lower the staffing levels. So absolutely, in this external review of how we're operating essentially these shelters, staffing is one of the primary places they're looking at and making recommendations.
Thank you. And I think this is something we can partner with the county on as well. I know I've personally had some discussions with the county around how permanent supportive housing sites are staffed and other programs so that we can sort of set some standards throughout our county.
Yes, so actually we are working, we actually have a retreat this week with the county to develop a joint work plan on what items we'll be looking at for the next year and a half. And definitely we're re-looking at permanent supportive housing to better understand those staffing levels, to see where we need to provide more staffing or specific staffing that we haven't had in the past to meet needs. And that came out of our interim housing as well. The need to have some medical services provided on site in order to reduce the number of calls to the sites. So we're looking at numbers of people, types of people that are ideal, and that system-wide should be done on permanent supportive housing, and then shelter-wide for the city.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and I'm hoping that leads to some stability too with staffing, which has just like many things during COVID I've seen a lot of nonprofits have super high turnover, and if we can provide some stability to them, then we can provide some stability to the programs that we offer.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other hands raised or people wishing to speak, so we have a motion and a second. Tony?
Jimenez? Perales? Cohen?
Aye.
Crosco? Davis? Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Licardo? I'm going to go back. Jimenez? I have doors opening. I'm going to try to say it. Perales? Crosco? Davis?
Yes.
And Licardo. Motion passes.
Yes, for
Thank you.
All right. Now we're on to 3.1, report of the city manager.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones. Today I'm excited to share that many San Jose Public Library branches will now be open to the public on Sundays, and that's actually beginning this next Sunday, October 2nd. Community members will soon be able to enjoy Sundays at 16 branch libraries from noon to 5. Those library branches should be listed on the screen. If we could bring up that PowerPoint. Is that coming? Just want to make sure so the community knows. Here we go. So here are the library branches that will be open on Sundays starting this next Sunday. The addition of Sunday hours was in direct response to requests from the community and championed by council members Davis and Esparza. To commemorate the addition of Sunday hours at library branches throughout the city, the community is invited to visit any of the participating branch libraries on October 2nd to enjoy a Sunday on a Sunday, and that's an ice cream Sunday. So very fun, and that is courtesy of the San Jose Public Library Foundation. I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for the direction to add Sunday hours and recognize our city librarian, Jill Bourne, and the entire library staff who worked to make Sunday hours possible for our community to enjoy. So thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
That's a good one.
Thank you. Next is item 3.3, status of open audit recommendations as of June 30th, 2022. Joe?
So good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Brittany Harvey from our office to present our report on the status of open audit recommendations as of June 30th, 2022. The San Jose City Charter prescribes the duties of the City Auditor's Office, including conducting City Council-assigned performance audits of city services or programs to determine whether city resources are being used in an economical, effective, and efficient manner, established objectives are being met, and desired results are being achieved. At the core of our work is making recommendations to correct deficiencies, strengthen accountability, and improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and equity of city programs. Over the past 10 years, the City Auditor's Office has made over 800 audit recommendations covering many aspects of the city's operations, including public-facing services such as those provided by the Police Department, Departments of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, and many others. We also conduct many audits related to support services provided by the Finance Department, Public Works, Information Technology Department, and others. We monitor progress toward implementing recommendations from past performance audits and provide regular reports on the status of those recommendations. This report provides the most recent status update of open audit recommendations. The report shows the progress of 243 audit recommendations, 25 of which were from audits issued or accepted by the City Council since December 31st, 2021. These recent projects include audits related to information technology, environmental review for new development, citywide federal grant management, and take-home vehicles. Since our last update, 33 audit recommendations were implemented or closed, and currently another 151 have been partly implemented by departments. As I noted earlier, over the past 10 years, the City Auditor's Office has made over 800 recommendations to improve or enhance city services. Of those recommendations, 75% have been implemented or closed. Further, 56% of audit recommendations made in the past 5 years have been implemented or closed. To give a sense of the breadth of the work that has been done to implement past recommendations, we wanted to highlight a few. Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, or PRNS, has updated guidelines for its annual park condition assessment process and developed standard operating procedures around the timeliness of corrective work orders. That's from our audit of park maintenance in 2020. The Police Department updated its duty manual and standard operating procedures around the advocate referral process, and domestic violence and sexual assault resource cards have been updated, including noting the availability of information in multiple languages. That's from our audit of advocate referrals in 2021. Police Department has also updated internal guidelines to formalize the role of the Special Victim Unit's human trafficking team within the city's massage inspection program, including the process for case referrals by the Vice Unit. That's from our audit of code enforcement management controls in 2021. Environmental Services Department, or ESD, along with Finance and the Information Technology Departments, coordinated to centralize and compile important content for customers on the municipal water website, including low-income and vulnerable customer certification form a low-income and vulnerable customer certification form, and information about late fees, how to open or close an account, and how to read bill of statements. That's from our audit of municipal water billing and customer service in 2021. These are just a few examples of the different recommendations implemented by departments, and they also provide some insight into the scope of the work of our office. There are 210 recommendations still pending, and as noted earlier, 159 are partly implemented, 51 are not yet implemented. We estimate the potential budget savings associated with open audit recommendations around $10.7 million, and as shown here in our online dashboard, we classify these recommendations by intended outcome. Examples of recommendations that fit within the different categories include, in the area of operational efficiency, examples here from recent audits include recommendations to improve project management and trainings around the CEQA process from our 2022 audit of environmental review process, or developing an electronic approval process for take-home vehicles from our 2022 audit of take-home vehicles. These recommendations often include business process automation recommendations from different audits. Transparency and accountability. Examples here include recommendations to develop targets and measure performance across different code enforcement activities and complete outstanding performance evaluations for our 2021 audit of code enforcement management controls. These recommendations are often about the use and reporting of performance data. In the area of improved service delivery, an example from a recent audit is improving communications and accessibility of information from our 2021 audit of muni water billing and customer service. For securing city assets, examples here for past audits include updating the city's P-card policy, better inventorying of city assets, and similar types of recommendations. And lastly, in the area of equity, an example here is from a past audit is for PRNS to provide information and resources about parks in multiple languages in neighborhoods with high concentrations of limited English-speaking households. That's from our 2020 audit of park maintenance. This is a new category for this report and reflects recommendations that in prior years may have been classified in one of the other categories. In 2018, the City Council directed the City Manager to identify and prioritize work on 12 outstanding audit recommendations while continuing to make progress on addressing and working with the City Auditor to close out other open audit recommendations. I'll quickly run through the current 12 priority recommendations. 3 in the area of potential budgetary savings include reducing police department comp time balances. The number of sworn employees with large comp time balances has increased since the time of our audit, and though the department issued a memo in 2021 reminding staff of the requirement to bring comp time balances back to the 240-hour maximum, the associated liability totaled around $23.8 million as of August 2022. Obtaining more favorable contract terms from golf course operators. PRNS is conducting an RFP and expects to award lease agreements for the city's 3 golf courses this fall. Improving police department overtime controls. The department issued a memo outlining new overtime controls, including captains and division managers reporting on overtime in their division on a quarterly basis. The department plans to continue to review its overtime policies in consideration of the current staffing levels and develop a plan that considers policy changes, clarification of discretionary and mandatory overtime, and other options to address overtime costs. The department also reports it will develop time card training for line staff and supervisors. The 3 recommendation priorities in the area of operational efficiency includes developing citywide contract management policies. The administration recently engaged a consultant to assess the city's current procurement processes, who made recommendations for finance to provide additional support to departments and consulting procurements. City Manager's office also reports that staff has been developing a citywide contract processing manual with the intent to address the remaining elements of this recommendation to improve contract management generally in the city. Developing volunteer program guidelines, the administration reports that it will designate a lead to coordinate the work around this recommendation, including creation of a volunteer policy and development of guidance and a toolkit for volunteer coordinators in the city. The administration reports that direction will be subject to funding and will be submitted as part of the fiscal year 23-24 budget process. Lastly, updating tow service agreements. City anticipates issuing an RFP for a technology platform and contract administration for tow services later in the fall, and multiple recommendations from that audit in 2018, including methods to address agreement violations, are expected to be incorporated. 1 point for each of these 3. In each case, the work on those was delayed because of the city's emergency response to COVID-19. The 3 priorities in the area of improved service delivery include updating the Police Activities League, or PAL, operating agreement. In January 2021, PRNS brought forward to Council guiding principles for a new operating model for PAL, and using these guiding principles, staff negotiated a contract that details PAL operations and performance measures, and our understanding is the contract is waiting finalization. Improving monitoring of homeless service providers. The Housing Department has developed monitoring policies, procedures, and templates to conduct monitoring visits. They also currently have engaged a consultant to help monitoring service providers. They've also been granted access to the county's HMIS system, and staff have begun reviewing grantee reports against that data. Lastly, the department is working with the city's web grants vendor to develop a monitoring portal that will allow staff to upload all monitoring documents into that system, and this is the last element of that recommendation. Clarifying massage program roles and responsibilities. PBCE, or Planning, Build, and Code Enforcement, drafted a work plan, including the creation of an MOU or other means of documentation, to outline massage program goals and departmental responsibilities between PBCE and the police department, and the work plan and timelines are currently being worked on. And lastly, the 3 priority recommendations in the area of citywide security risk mitigation include revising the city procurement card policy, or P card policy. At the time of our most recent P card audit in 2019, the city had been spending roughly $14 million annually through city-issued P cards. The Finance Department is working on revising the policy, dividing it into two parts. First, a high-level administrative policy, and second, a detailed P card administrative guide, and both are currently in draft form, and together they will address multiple open audit recommendations in this area. Procuring a software solution and other resources to more efficiently conduct wage compliance reviews. The Office of Quality Assurance, or OEA, posted an RFP to develop an integrated online platform to support wage compliance reviews. OEA has also executed minimum wage enforcement agreements with multiple local agencies. The revenue collected was allocated to fund a senior analyst position. And additionally, OEA received funding for 3 contract compliance coordinators in the fiscal 22-23 adopted operating budget. And my understanding is they've just completed the first round of interviews for those positions. Developing citywide administrative guidelines or procedures for managing federal grants. Finance Department has identified 7 limit-dated positions to work on grant-related work, including closeout responsibilities and developing citywide grant management guidelines. The department reports is working on identifying more permanent staffing to adequately maintain and update these resources on a continuous basis. More information about all open audit recommendations is available in the appendices of our report and online in our interactive dashboards, which can be found on our website. With that, I'd like to thank all city departments for their efforts to implement audit recommendations and for their assistance in compiling this report. We'd be happy to answer any questions and ask that you accept our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to go to public comments.
I'm giving it a second, but I have no hands up so far. This is the opportunity to raise your hand. Caller 1367, please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Lillian Koenig. I am interested in knowing how the next mayor is going to revise and look into all of the kind of new way of doing business in San Jose, where you can see where all those dollars you just mentioned, and you said you were revising certain things and things are going to be done a little bit differently. I'm just curious how that's going to actually work and if it's going to work. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you.
I'll move acceptance of the report.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Just give me a second here. All right, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo. Thank you.
Thank you again, Joe. All right, next is item 4.1, Fireworks Ordinance Work Plan Status Report. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, council members, city staff, and the public. Thank you for putting up the slide presentation. The San Jose Fire Department, in collaboration with staff from San Jose Police Department, Planning, building, code enforcement, the city's manager's office, city attorney's office, and city IT worked on behalf of the council to present the 2022 illegal fireworks campaign. The campaign relies on targeted education and outreach program, actionable public reporting, and administrative and criminal enforcement with the goal of reducing the sale, use, and harm caused by illegal fireworks. Although the fireworks campaign operates year-round with consistent website messaging, enforcement, and online reporting to limit the use, sale of illegal fireworks, resources and awareness campaigns accelerate around major holidays that historically have increased fireworks use, such as New Year's Eve, Lunar New Year, and the 4th of July, Independence Day. In 1984, San Jose City Council banned all fireworks, including Safe and Sane. In 2016, City Council initiated the Fireworks Ordinance Work Plan and began implementing strategies to inform the public of the dangers of illegal fireworks, provided residents a mechanism to report the use of illegal fireworks, and started the creation of an enhanced mitigation and enforcement mechanism. In 2020, City Council directed the city manager to undertake new action items for the Fireworks Ordinance Work Plan. To date, many of these items have been completed. Continuing evaluation of effective strategies is an ongoing process. Some of the key items completed are the creation of the Social Host Ordinance, reinstatement of the continual reporting to this body, evaluation of drones as an enforcement tool, a Bay Area fine comparison that resulted in an increased fine amounts approved by City Council, reevaluation of the citation issuing protocols, which resulted in the reinstatement of the fireworks hotspot enforcement plan. This year, we launched the San Jose 311 online reporting tool, which resulted in enhanced actionable reports and increased hotspot mapping accuracy. Collaboration with county, state, and federal partners, which includes yearly messaging coordination at the county level, and this year's outreach to Attorney General Rob Bonta by the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations, calling for action to limit the illegal sales of fireworks acquired from the state of Nevada. Ongoing items include evaluation of education campaign materials for cultural competency, which resulted in this year's edition of Chinese campaign materials, and searching for potential state and federal funding mechanisms, which to date has not yet been identified as far as grant funding opportunities that align with the program's operational needs and scope parameters. While the City of San Jose encourages the safe observance of legal permitted fireworks displays conducted by licensed professional pyrotechnicians, we are adamantly against the unsafe use or observance of illegal fireworks displays. This year, our outreach efforts focused on increasing public awareness of the dangers and risks of using illegal fireworks and how to report fireworks through the new San Jose 311 online reporting tool. Outreach included multi-language safety and education videos with a focus on racial equity. Fireworks messaging toolkits were provided to stakeholder groups, including City Council, school districts, Neighborhoods Commission, all district leadership groups, neighborhood associations, and residents belonging to the city's neighborhood crime watch and prevention and community response teams. Public service advisories were shared in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. Legal, safe, and professional fireworks displays were advertised throughout the county. Lastly, billboards, banners, digital, social media advertisements in multiple languages were placed in targeted areas identified by data collected during the 2021 4th of July reporting period. 527 calls were received by the illegal fireworks hotline managed by San Jose 311. 34 of these calls were transferred to SJ 311 staff. Of these, one caller requested staff to enter their report information into the San Jose 311, and 25 chose to be transferred to San Jose PD. 49 calls were transferred to the after-hours call service. 24 calls were transferred to the main City of San Jose phone line, and 420 calls disconnected after receiving online reporting tool directions. We have seen a steady decline in calls received since the spike in 2020. For the fire department, 79 fireworks-related emergency responses were initiated, with 8 structure fires, 24 vegetation fires, 32 outside rubbish fires, 6 smoke or noise complaints, and 9 medical calls. Although we saw a slight increase in the number of calls compared to 2021, the number of calls was significantly down from 2020 and is in alignment with pre-COVID numbers of 2019. This year's numbers may be influenced by other factors, such as drought and enhanced data collection education within the fire department, so that we're getting accurate reporting. In addition, line companies were encouraged to participate in high visibility network campaigns, neighborhood campaigns, I should say, such as the handing out of flyers, installing of lawn signs, and they were encouraged to be seen throughout the 4th of July holiday by taking drives through neighborhoods between emergency responses to deter the illegal use of fireworks. The police department had great success. Go back one. In enforcement last year, which resulted in far less online chatter for the sale and distribution of fireworks. High visibility patrols were initiated earlier in the day and throughout the week leading up to 4th of July weekend for deterrence and enforcement activities. This year, they responded to 625 fireworks-related service calls. They issued 15 fireworks criminal citations, 6 parking citations, 1 traffic citation, and made 2 arrests associated with fireworks. They also seized 50 pounds of fireworks. There has been a steady decline in the number of calls for service received by the San Jose Police Department since the 2020 spike. For the San Jose 311 online reporting tool, 1,344 total reports were submitted, with 143 being duplicates. 100% of the submitted reports were actionable. I'll repeat that. 100% of the submitted reports were actionable, which is a significant improvement from 2021, where only 28% of the reports submitted were actionable due to incomplete information. This year, code enforcement issued 252 warnings, 10 citations, and they determined 939 reports were able to be used for hotspot mapping. We have seen a steady decline in reports submitted since the spike in 2020, but a significant increase in hotspot data and actionable reports. The hotspot maps are now more accurate with greater amounts of data that can be used for targeted education and enforcement in 2023. In addition, the use of San Jose 311 provides trends to evaluate when reports were submitted. The next steps in the illegal fireworks campaign is to address the remaining work plan tasks and determine if additional actions can contribute to the enhancement of the illegal fireworks campaign. We will continue to foster relationships with other local jurisdictions to provide collaborative education and actionable intelligence. The team will analyze and update hotspot maps to assist in targeted education and enforcement. In addition, we will work with our San Jose 311 partners to enhance the automation of the online reporting tool experience. I want to extend a special thank you to Erica Ray and Matthew Chaco with the San Jose Fire Department, Rachel Roberts and her code enforcement staff with PBCE, Rob Lloyd and Christian Van Clay with the City Manager's Office, Captain Randy Schriefer and Sergeant Galeo with the San Jose PD and their support staff, Enrique Fernandez with the City Attorney's Office, Herman Sodano, Kia O'Hara, Batra Agrawal, and Manur Saeed with ITD. Thank you for your time and support. We are now able to take questions and have concluded our presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. We'll go to public comments first.
Okay, I'm just giving it a second, but no hands are going up. So back to you.
All right. Councilmember Cohen.
All right. Thank you for the report. And this is an important effort that's been collective for a lot of different parts of the city for a while. And I appreciate progress that we're making on tools that are helping our residents and our responsiveness to the issue. I do have some questions that as I read through the memo that I wanted to ask about. The first question might be one actually more for Nora, a combination of folks possibly. It talks about the protocols for issuing citations in the report and how the attorney's office has reviewed the due process requirements for that. And it says citations may be issued when there is sufficient evidence to find a violation has occurred and identify the responsible party. How does our social host ordinance tie into that? Because we created that ordinance to hold social hosts responsible. Are we able to cite people using that ordinance, or are we still needing to know who's responsible for setting off fireworks?
I have Rachel Roberts with PBCE that can talk to you specifically about the issuance of citations.
Okay, great.
Can we make sure that she has access? She's online.
What was that?
Can you let in Rachel Roberts? She said she was joining electronically.
I don't have her on. She's already in there. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen, Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. With the social host ordinance, it definitely has expanded our ability to issue citations. Than we had ability to previously. We haven't seen any real notable changes just yet in that regard, but going forward, we're hopeful and thankful to have that tool in the toolbox. As far as evidence, we still do need to have some amount of evidence demonstrating that the fireworks did occur on that particular property in order to cite a responsible homeowner or social host.
Okay, thank you. It's good to hear that the ordinance, though, is still something that will be an extra tool in our toolbox as we go forward. So thank you for that. There's a let's see, where was I going to go next? Okay, this next one, maybe it's more for, well, it's a good question for you, and I don't see the PD here, but yeah, you can maybe. Oh, you're there. Sorry. There was a talk about the hotspot enforcement plan and what we were going to do with areas that we know are known hotspots, and it talks about obviously doing things like the undercover to actually remove things from the circulation before they're used. And we're very successful. I'm very excited about the work that the department's doing and the confiscating fireworks before they're used and getting them off the street. What is the hotspot enforcement plan look like on day of, for example, 4th of July is a big day. Can we talk a little bit generally, obviously without giving away too much, about what that plan looks like in practice?
I'm going to pass that to Sergeant Rick Galea.
Hello, and good afternoon. The way it looks is the department looked for volunteers from officers who would volunteer to come in early on the 4th of July weekend, as well as 4th of July. And then knowing ahead of time the amount of officers that we had, we distributed those officers evenly amongst the city. I could tell you that we had 15 officers who volunteered to come in on 4th of July. The city of San Jose is divided into 4 divisions. So approximately 4 officers were divided into each police division to be placed where the hotspots are. They're identified by the heat maps, and to respond to calls for service related to fireworks.
Okay, thank you. One of the notes in here talked about how this was successful in areas where there might not have been a lot of crowds gathering, but in some parts of the city where there were already crowds gathering. And I think I suspect where one of those areas was, since I represent that area in Alviso, and I know the crowds gather early in the day in Alviso. When we talk about being proactive and having a hotspot plan, this is the second year I've now heard it's too dangerous for our officers to really intervene, to do anything about it. There seems like we could create a plan that gets us there early enough in the day that we could discourage the gathering and actually have some action. So I guess I'm wondering if we can have a proposal for next year about what maybe we need to do as far as overtime and other things to beef up that type of action in certain parts where we know we have this problem and we've regularly had this issues, so that we're not reacting after the fact and finding that we can't step in and do anything about it.
So a couple things. So being that it is 4th of July, it's really hard to get those police officers to voluntarily come in. Most officers want to, be home with their families celebrating on 4th of July. So that's one challenge that we had. And then as far as crowds gathering and, being too dangerous for officers. So I was on duty and I was working up in Alviso on 4th of July in this past year. And one thing I found is the families that were celebrating, having their barbecues out in the front of their houses, on their driveways. And at some point we would observe the fireworks violations in the street. And early enough in the day, it was safer. Officers could make contact with the one subject who was lighting out the fireworks, and we'd issue a citation, and we may or may not have confiscated fireworks. What we found is later on in the day and into the evening, when the family started drinking more, if officers approached that one family member to issue a citation, the family tended to get agitated on the officers for simply making that contact. So what we found is the San Jose Police Department, we're always looking to evaluate how to deal with things at the lowest level. And at the end of the day, we are trying to issue a fireworks citation, but we felt that weighing the chances of getting into use of force over the chance of issuing a fireworks citation simply just didn't weigh out. So at some point we did stop our enforcement up in Alviso.
Okay.
So
yeah.
that would be an example of things starting to get a little too dangerous. It was a matter of getting to a certain particular area of the city earlier in the day. That's just kind of just what we saw would happen on this past 4th of July.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I don't want to put Rob Lloyd on the spot. I see him in the front row there. I had talked at Smart Cities, we talked a little bit about Alviso particularly, and Rob told us some interesting information. Do we have the visual that oh, we have?
We
that
do have the
to
visual.
share?
If you can pull the slide presentation back up.
Was that in there? Sorry, I missed that.
It's at the end.
Oh, okay.
You hadn't seen it yet.
You didn't get to that one. That was
Can
an
you go
appendix,
to
right?
the end of this? There should be a picture at the end of the slide presentation. I can go through it. Next one. There it is.
Yeah, so the interesting part of this was about air quality measurements on the 4th of July. Can you just describe a little bit about what this tells us?
Yes, so this was one of our team members worked on trying to look at the air quality, and if you can see, the darker the color in this, the worse the air quality. The area around Alviso specifically is where you see on just at the base of the bay where there's a 69 and an orange dot. As far as areas and cities with greater than population of 150,000 or more, we saw significantly higher air pollution in other major cities than we did in San Jose. Significantly less. You'll see that the downtown area where we had a professional fireworks shoot was the higher area with 162 and 126, but significantly reduced compared to the East Bay and San Francisco area.
Okay. So this does show us that there was a spike in Alviso on the day of that 4th of July during that day and evening. Right. We spent in our district, we spent a lot of time over previous years on 2 other hotspots, which were up Suncrest Road and up Sierra Road. And the city and the county have worked out a plan in those 2 areas to actually close those roads on the 4th of July. So what we actually do is have police stationed at the bottom of those roads. We have signage that says no public access on the 4th of July. It's actually for that whole weekend. And it's made a big difference. And actually, I want to say I appreciate, because I go up in the hills, in the East Foothills, to look out over the city on the 4th. The Barry S area and the Foothills area actually had a lot less activity this year, which means something we're doing is working in that part of the city. I could look and I could see where Alviso was from where I was sitting because of the fireworks that were continuously going off in Alviso. And there were other areas in the city too where I could see fireworks. I'm just wondering if there's something we can talk about in the future about how we might keep outsiders out of Alviso. I understand that there's people in Alviso who live there who do this. What we know is that that one of the big problems are the people who come in from outside to be spectators, and it's causing almost like large unsanctioned fireworks displays, and that's part of what you're experiencing when you try to cite people is these crowds. And I'm thinking about working with the team maybe next year on how we might close roads from people who don't live in Alviso for certain parts of the area where we're getting so much gathering. That might help you later in the day, but it would require some proactive work earlier in the day to sort of stop people and make sure they're not there when the evening time comes. So I don't know if you want to make a comment on that, but I think
Yeah, we're happy to work with you on that. There are definitely opportunities to create special events. This year there was significant special events around the city that was taxing of city resources, but that's definitely something. I know that there are challenges with large geographic areas with multiple openings. and making sure that you have only residents coming in. But those are things that we can work on.
Okay. And I want to just go back to the reporting numbers. There's worth 1,344 reports. Some were duplicates. They're all listed as actionable, and I just want to understand the definition of actionable. Actionable doesn't mean they can be cited or they get a warning letter. I guess it means that there's enough information to know where it is and put it on as a hotspot. Is that all that actionable means?
That's correct. I'm going to pass this over to Rachel Roberts, who deals with the reports, but I think you're on the right path there.
Sorry about that. Took me a minute. Yes, council member, actionable in these instances, previously without this excellent hotspot mapping and with previously without the San Jose 311 tool, we had many more reports that were not actionable. However, with the application now in place, we were able to either issue a citation, issue a warning, or utilize the report for the hotspot mapping data so that we could make better plans for enforcement in the future, as you've been discussing, and also plan better outreach and education. So we considered those reports to also be actionable, now being able to be utilized for that hotspot data.
Okay, good. Thank you. I noticed that phone reporting is not very effective, I should say. It looks like there was only one person who stayed on and actually made a report on the phone. I think, there might be difficult to have the proper information and report it via the phone versus via an app. We're being more strict about what a report looks like with our residents. As they try to file a report, they need to have photos and other proof, which I think causes people to back down from filing a report. So I'm just wondering if we think that the phone reporting system is even useful to continue to utilize, given the sort of.
I know that we wanted to make sure that we had somebody that if they were having challenges in making a report or were not technologically sound and wanted to actually talk to a person, that we tried to make that available. We have Kia O'Hara that can answer a little bit more about the 311 phone line.
Hi, everybody. Kia O'Hara, Program Manager for SJ311. And yes, that is correct. We wanted to make sure that it was equitable as well as accessible for those who might not be able to go online, that we did have somebody who was live and available. So although we are able to enter in an actionable report, we aren't able to attach photos, videos, etc. But we can also help them with reporting online if they just needed some assistance as to how to get to the SJ311 app or website.
But it sounds like there was only one person who then took advantage of that tool. Is that correct?
That's correct. Only one person did want us to enter it on their behalf, but we did see that based on the when they called for the illegal fireworks hotline, 420 people did hang up after listening to the directions. So we're hoping that they listened to the directions, which were very specific, and then went to the tool and reported themselves. And then we did speak to some more than one, and they decided to hang up and try to use the tool, we're hoping.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
No problem. Thank you.
So overall, with what your presentation kind of said was reports are down this year, and then tried to draw some conclusions from the number of reports going down. I'm a little bit skeptical of drawing a conclusion from the number of reports going down this year. I think, first of all, we have a different set of tools and we have different requirements. And so because we need more information from people, it's possible people just didn't, we had fewer reports that were unactionable and all that. So those disappeared from the system. So I think we ought to start looking as we go forward about the number of reports and maybe having trends from going forward. But I'd be careful about saying that we are being successful in reducing incidents and reports because of the numbers this year versus previous years where we were using different tools.
It appears that, and again, James Dobson, Deputy Fire Chief for San Jose, it appears that that although we've seen a reduction since 2020 when we had a spike, this is more in alignment with 2019 prior to, and then prior not only to the social host ordinance, but as well as with prior to kind of the COVID times.
Okay. I just saw I saw a statement in the report that says there's been a steady downward trend in illegal fireworks activity, and I guess I wasn't sure what measure is used to determine there's a downward trend in activity versus the fact that we just had fewer reports this year.
It's noted that I'll watch out for conclusions. I think it was based on the reduced number of calls for service for overall across the board, and then also the reduced number of phone calls and then reports. But okay. Understood.
Yeah, just one, and the one last thing I want to look at is slide 13. You don't have to put it back up, but it or you could if you have the moment. But the fire department calls for service actually looks like it went up this year. And when I look at the full data, it talked about 9 health calls and 24 fires versus last year having, I forget the exact numbers, 8 fires or something. So the number of fires was actually higher this year than last year, and the number of medical health, which I guess means injuries type things, was up this year from last year. So would we conclude from that something different than the conclusion that activity is down? I mean, I want to understand, you know, if that actually is a bad trend, that there were more fires this year than in the last couple of years.
I think there's a combination of, as I said in kind of the report, where especially for vegetation fires, we had drier conditions. And then we have done a concerted effort in the fire department, which may have increased our numbers by really digging into how we report and making sure that the reports that we get are accurate so that we're actually getting numbers. In the past, if we had gone out on calls and, for example, nothing was there, oftentimes that came in as a non-firework call. We were utilizing dispatch data as well this year. So if there was any note from the dispatch that said this was a fireworks related call, and there was a report of something that may have been non-extinguished fireworks at the time, but by the time we got out there, they were out, we did record those as well. So, okay. So sometimes there might be, just because we've tried to make our reporting more accurate, that may have increased our numbers.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing how these trends play out in the future, and hopefully we are on the right track and we'll see the numbers decrease. But I think seeing those number of fires and other things does concern me, and this is the big reason why this is such an important issue, at least for me, that we, you know, that we're tracking this. So yeah, thank you for the report, and I'll move acceptance of the report.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Mahan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thanks for the report, Deputy Chief. Really appreciate all your efforts here, and that of many different departments. I appreciate Councilor Cohen's comments. I think with the number of variables changing, including how we're accepting reports, I think it's hard to know what the trend is at this point, but I am really happy to see the investment we're making in reducing fire risk. I think it's great that 100% of the 311 reports are actionable and that we feel that the quality of that reporting has gone up. I did want to ask, did we have any way of capturing the satisfaction of the folks who reported, and what kind of loop closing we're doing with all those people who are reporting? Did we get any feedback from them?
So we did get some feedback. Can you please put the slide presentation back up? We did get some data from the online reporting. Unfortunately, it was very limited, but I'm happy to share that with you. Let's see. Forward it to the slides.
And as you're pulling that up, just the context of the question is, I've been across the board on 311 services, wanted to make sure that we are upfront setting clear expectations with people who are filing a complaint or a request on what they can expect from us. And I'm just curious if we have any feedback on what their experience basically of the new reporting tool.
Right, I know that there was extended time put in by staff to try and make sure that the messaging was clear, that they had test subjects as far as that were not associated with the city go through the platform to try and make sure that they had a clear understanding. That being said, I think there's still room for improvement. I'll show you this right here. This is so there was 48 total surveys received. 18 of those surveys submitted additional feedback. 50% of the ones that did report of that 48 were indicated that it was bad or very bad, with 35% saying was good or very good, and then 14.6 with neutral. Of the people that said that it was positive feedback, the number one reason was they were kept up to date. And then the next two were they understood why their request was closed, and they got their issue got fixed quickly. And then just other. Of the negative feedbacks, two said nothing happened, and then one said, I don't know why my request was closed. But that was the only feedback we had. We hope to expand that and make sure that that's advertised moving forward.
Great. Yeah, I think it would be really important to get more of that feedback from the folks, currently about half who didn't have a great experience, and better understand it. I would assume they were hoping more would happen. This nothing happened may be indicative, and maybe that just points to us needing to do more upfront education about what's possible. Moving on, the 420 calls of 500 something, I forget the number, that disconnected, is that a good or bad thing? Did they hear the full message, and is our assumption therefore that they then knew to go online? So that's okay. That disconnected thing is not a bad metric.
I'm going to let Kia O'Hara talk to that, but it's my understanding that they heard the full message and then about how to do the online reporting, and then they disconnected.
I see. Okay.
That's correct. Kia here again, program manager for SJ311 Customer Contact Center. And yes, that is a positive. We did put a lot of effort into the messaging to make sure that it was clear and concise. And from the information that we're able to grab, it does look like people listened to most of it. They didn't listen all the way to the end, but they listened to enough to where they were able to know where to go and report. So they did get at least to that position before they disconnected.
That's great to hear. Okay, excellent. And then just two more questions, trying to keep this quick here. For the 252 warnings, and I believe those were code enforcement issued warnings, what happens next with those? Do we keep those on file if there's a bunch of complaints the next year, or is someone more likely to get a citation at that point?
I'm going to pass that to Rachel Roberts with PBCE.
Yes, thank you, Council Member Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. Yes, so the Schedule of Fines in Municipal Code indicates that any violation within 18 months that recurs, we can, automatically issue a citation. We do keep record within our case management database of each of the complaints that we issue a warning or citation on. So that data remains in our system, and we can always reflect back should we get another complaint at the same property in the future.
Okay, that makes sense. Great. And then finally, I wanted to ask just quickly a little more detail on targeted enforcement in our hotspots for next year. And I know Councilmember Cohen mentioned this. One direction to go in there is, and I'm curious if this observation actually holds with your experience. Having lived next to one of the larger hotspots on the map for many years, it seems to me that in those hotspots, the activity starts long before the 4th of July. And so if we know that there's a hotspot, if we know that on the 4th we're going to have constrained capacity, but we might be able to be intervening on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd of July, to what extent is that part of the plan? Does that make sense? Are we planning to do that next year, especially as we have better and more granular data on exactly where our hotspots are?
I'm going to quickly talk about that. There's two components to that. The early component to that is the education piece. We did do education targeted this year based on last year's hotspot data, specifically on social media. Can you pull up the slide deck one more time? And then we'll get to your question about the enforcement.
Yeah, thanks.
Just before these. All right, so we did, as far as a team, we did organic social media campaign, which this was no cost to the city. We used Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and you know, got anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 impressions, and then interactions was everywhere from 50 to 600 in there. The targeted was really on the paid items, but we did get significantly more impressions based on that. Now, there could be a deeper dive to try and determine, did we receive less calls in certain areas, and did this work? That's not something that we've done yet. That is something that we just received this data to kind of outline what the impressions were, what the actions were, and what the clicks were. But we did have a targeted education campaign, and hopefully with more accurate data, that will be enhanced next year. And then I'll let Sergeant Galea answer about the enforcement.
For the enforcement part, this past 4th of July was on a Monday. So we had overtime officers on strictly for fireworks on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So on Saturday night, you had officers right around 15 that were, as I said before, spread out amongst throughout the city, 4 per division. And I looked at the heat map and found the biggest circles and told the officers to go patrol those particular areas. And so that's what we did leading up to 4th of July.
Great. So you're already doing it.
Yes.
Sounds like good. Okay. Awesome. Anything else we should know about the enhanced or targeted enforcement for next year based on the data we collected this year?
No. I felt like we did as much as we could this year. We, as a matter of fact, our crime analysis unit, they provided the heat maps from the previous year. But then also what they did is each day leading up to 4th of July, they provided us the heat map from the previous night. So we had last year's information as well as we had about as much of the up-to-date information as we could get.
That's great to hear. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you both.
Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. Just one note. I know it came up during committee, which was the portion of the report, which I also was inquiring about on how we only had one of the calls transferred to the call center. And it came up in committee how one of the challenges, much like with the police department on being able to get enough volunteers to do overtime, is that we don't currently have that with the call center. And many of these calls, as we know, come in after hours, essentially after the regular hours for our call center personnel staff. And so we talked about it in committee that there could be a potential solution in the future if the council is to allocate additional overtime funding, that then maybe we have some call takers there ready to be able to respond during these times, which I recognize also would be a challenge as it is for the police department to get people to volunteer during the holidays. But I just wanted to see if there was any further thought on that. I think, Rob, you might have mentioned that was something that at least internally had been discussed. And I'm assuming it likely would be up to the council as far as during the budget season, but didn't know if there was any other further update on that.
I'll pass that off to Rob Lloyd.
Good afternoon, Council. Yes, the answer on that one is we're taking a look at additional staffing, not to turn it over to the overflow call service and to handle that within staff, as well as add the language support. We have no indicators right now where those needs were, why people dropped off, and it was only the one. So we, Khaled, our CIO, and Kia are going to look with James and police, or Deputy Chief, what we want to staff up on that to try it out this next season, or this on TET.
Great. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. And that was it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I don't see any additional speakers. So Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco. Aye. Davis, Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas.
Yes.
Foley. Oh, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
So it is 4:47, and I understand that we have dinner in the back, so I'm going to take the temperature of my colleagues. Do you want to take a break?
Let's keep going.
Keep going?
Let's get
Okay.
it done.
Oh, wow, okay. I guess that was pretty loud and clear. Sorry for yeah, exactly. Never mind. All right. Next item is item 6.1, City Initiatives Roadmap, Clean Energy Resilience, Residential Building Electrification Updates, and Workforce Development Acceleration Partnership and Master Agreement with Block Power LLC. And yep.
I'll start us off if you don't mind, while Julie is walking down. Oh, she's already there. Anyway, Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services. We're pretty excited to bring this particular contract forward. You may recall in April of this same year, we brought our Climate Smart update, and you all directed us to come back with an agreement to help our community move forward with our carbon neutrality initiative, as well as ensuring that our community was able to take advantage of emerging rebates and incentives, and also to make sure that we had an adequate workforce to enable us to make that climate neutral objective. So in April, he gave us the direction. In May, we issued an RFP. And here we are now in September. As we said, we would be back and ready to come close to award, or at least get approval to award. This was a significant effort for us, but as we building electrification framework, and as we committed to the community members when we engage with them, we are going to ensure that we support them and that we do what the community wants to do, and that we deliver on what they expect of us. And so this partnership is an opportunity for us to dive into that, supplement city staff with folks that have experience doing this, but definitely doing it in a customized way that meets the expectation and needs of our residences and our businesses. And so with that, Julie and I are available for any questions.
Thank you. This is a combined presentation with item 8.2. No, it's not?
8.1 and 8.2 are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just read it. Okay, so thank you, Carrie. So we're gonna now go to public comments.
Will.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Will Smith. I'm a business agent with IBEW Local 332. I'm going to keep this more personal. I appreciate the fact that the council is moving forward with Block Power to develop a plan along with IBEW 332 for the electrification of San Jose. The impact that this means, I'm going to keep it very, very personal. For me personally, IBEW 332 has allowed me to raise my family here in San Jose, the place that I was born and raised. Was able to buy a home in 2016, able to successfully live in the middle class comfortably while raising 5 children as a single father. Now I'm at a point where my children are adults. My youngest is 17 years old. My baby girl now just got admitted to Davis, just moved her in a couple Thursdays ago. And now I'm helping her with college tuition. And this is all because of the IBEW Local 332 and its commitment to local hire and providing a family sustainable wage to raise a family right here, even in the most expensive market in the country. Our union is steady about building our apprenticeship, extending this to people of color, to women, as well as giving at-risk youth and people that may not have opportunities to a pathway to a successful life in the middle class. And so with this partnership, we're going to continue to expand our union, expand our training, and to grow this thing and allow multiple people to have opportunities into a successful pathway in the middle class. So I want to thank everybody on the council today for the opportunity, and we're looking forward to working with the city and Block Power to make something really special happen as San Jose continues moving forward with electrification. Thank you for the opportunity.
Back to the council.
I think there was a card, actually. I know that.
You're right.
Yeah.
6.1, Alex, I can't read the last name, but Alex Carabala.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. I'd just like to take a personal point of privilege to thank Council Member Foley. She saved me, my wife, and my dog about an hour of my time this night for not sending you guys to lunch, so I appreciate that. My name is Alex Carabal, and I'm an incredibly proud journeyman inside wireman and apprenticeship instructor with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 332. I'm here this evening to discuss workforce development in relation to the contract that is being discussed with Block Power LLC. I'd like to thank council members Cohen, Esparza, Arenas, and Carrasco for their memo to require Block Power to develop the workforce that will be required to implement the City of San Jose's electrification plan with IBW 332 and our NECA partners. As a concerned resident in District 4, I really appreciated Councilmember Cohen for taking the time to provide more background on the issue that was issued in the original memo. The Electrical Training Alliance of Silicon Valley, which is a joint committee between business and labor, trains the next generation of electrical workers for our county. We currently have 580 apprentices, 47 veterans, 32 women, 5 trade orientation program graduates, and 283 of them are San Jose residents. When we plan for our future, especially around cleaner energy or infrastructure, it's incredibly important to myself and our community to make sure when jobs are being created, they're being created for our residents. The expansion of these electrification upgrades creates an opportunity for us to continue to expand our apprenticeship and create a path to a fantastic middle class careers like the one I've been fortunate enough to earn. When we discuss workforce development, it is important to think about the long-lasting careers and opportunities for growth for all of those involved. The ETA of Silicon Valley partners with local community colleges for training and instruction while allowing our apprentices to earn while they learn. And it's not just about earning wages, but also college credits to earn degrees and academic certifications. I believe the IBW and our NECA contractors can be a tremendous partner to the city of San Jose to continue to build out this infrastructure and train even more residents in the electrical trade. I would like to thank Mayor Liccardo, council members Jimenez and Morales for their memo, Climate Smart San Jose and staff for creating the dialogue around this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's our last speaker.
All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank staff for moving forward quickly on this really important initiative. Coming forward, getting an RFP out and bringing it back this soon is, really helpful in meeting this very ambitious goal that we have. And I'm optimistic that we're going to make great progress toward that goal in the years ahead. And we'll, hopefully get there in 2030, but we'll get close if not. And I want to thank our labor partners for all the work that they're going to do in the years ahead. There's going to be a lot of jobs created, electrifying existing buildings, and the new buildings coming forward. So electricians will have a lot to do, and we want to make sure that we have good jobs doing it. So I'm just going to move staff recommendation and the memo from Mayor and Council Members Jimenez and Perales. I would like to substitute for the number 2 in that memo with the language in the memo from myself and Council Members Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas. So my motion would be our memo and then items 1, 3, and 4 from the other memo.
Second.
All right, it was moved and seconded. Don't see any other hands raised, or the city attorney needs to make a statement.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to make sure that it's clear for everyone that our office will be working with staff to ensure that the council direction as adopted here and with the combination of the memos is implemented in a legally permissible manner, and that the staff will be reaching out and include all of the groups indicated in the memo, including contractors, and we'll be working with all the state-approved programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
So clarification, state-approved programs or IBEW?
The staff will be reaching out to a broad range with my offices, working with my office, just to make sure that no one is excluded, because we're not allowed to necessarily exclude. So we'll be working with the collaboration and coordination language to just make sure that it's done in a legal fashion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, that was my understanding too in signing out of the memo with the mayor, that the language could get us maybe into some trouble, and so we went with the language that we did. I know that as substituted here, I can support that, but I guess just to kind of drill in a little further, the language as state, right, ensures that Block Power works in collaboration with local IBW and electrical contractors to develop the workforce that will be required to implement the city of San Jose's electrification plan. So you're saying that's possible, but also you're saying that by law, we're having to work with a broader base of contractors.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
So point of clarification, do we need to amend the motion? Or does the verbiage from the city attorney make it fine?
I think you're fine. I don't think you need to amend the motion.
Okay, thanks.
And the way the two memos were merged, I think is fine.
All right, I think we have clarity. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, on to item 8.1, exclusive negotiation agreements for affordable housing developments on city-owned sites. And this one is the one that's actually combined presentation with 8.2. But items will still be heard separately.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Would you like me to get started?
Please.
Okay. All right. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rachel Vanderveen, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm joined here in the box with our housing team, which includes Kemet Mawakana, our Division Manager. We have Banu San, who is our Housing Policy and Planning Administrator, and Jimmy Lin, our Development Officer. We are also joined by representatives from our development partners online. Our presentation will cover, as stated by Councilmember Jones, both items 8.1 and 8.2. I wanted to start the presentation with some history related to these actions. 5 years ago, when the Mayor and City Council passed the Housing Crisis Work Plan, one of the strategies identified was to seek opportunities on city-owned land to develop affordable housing. Nearly 2 years ago, in fall 2020, the Housing Department purchased multiple sites from the city. Then the Sure Stay Hotel was acquired during the pandemic, And the first site for affordable housing was dedicated by Google. This team here pulled each of these sites into a thoughtful request for proposals connecting qualified developers to these city-owned sites. This strategy has unlocked sites across the city that would not have been available to affordable housing developers without this process. The sites stretch across the city and provide everything from permanent supportive housing to rental housing for low-income families to market rate housing and even affordable ownership housing. Combined, these recommendations will create opportunity for over 760 new homes, and over 500 of which will be affordable to low-income households. These developments are examples of our city's commitment to creative solutions solving our needs for affordable housing together. And now I will turn the presentation over to Kemet.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kemet Mawakana. I'm the division manager in the housing department. We are here today requesting your approval to enter into exclusive negotiating agreements for 4 city-owned sites and your approval to transfer 1 city-owned site. We are still very early in the process of developing these sites, and this is a necessary step to continue the process. The sites at issue today are West Community Center in Council District 1, Southside Community Center in Council District 2, Old Fire Station number 21 in Council District 5, Autumn Montgomery in Council District 6, and Shore Stay Hotel, also in Council District 6. Next slide. The Housing Department issued an RFP, a request for proposals, for 6 city-owned sites in December of 2021. We received 10 responses to our request for proposals in May of 2022, and we selected development partners for the sites in June of 2022. Today we are presenting 4 of those sites, plus the Shore Stay Hotel, which was a Home Key Award recipient. With your approval, we would like to enter into exclusive negotiation agreements with our respective developer partners for the sites at issue. Also, we are requesting your approval for the transfer of the Shore Stay Hotel to the Santa Clara County Housing Authority, targeted for January 2023. Next, my colleague Banu San will be providing a detailed overview of the sites and preliminary proposals for each site. Thank you.
Thank you, Kemet. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I will go through each site in terms of description and then the proposals that were selected. The West Community Center is located in City Council District 1, and this 0.47 acre site was originally acquired by the city in 2004. In 2020, this site was transferred from Parks and Recreation Department to the Housing Department. The site is located near many amenities, such as Starbuck Park, West Valley Library, and is within walking distance to Boynton High School. It is also on the same block as the VTA Line 25, which provides connectivity to De Anza College, San Jose City College, Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, Tamian Station, and Alum Rock Station. The site is currently being used by the Silicon Valley Korean American Federation as a community center and the police department as a rest stop. Preparedness, Parks and Recreation is currently working to relocate the Federation and has offered them space at another community center. And the organization is currently in process of submitting a proposal for the site. The city's objective on this site was to accept a proposal that would provide affordable rental housing development on the site with a mix of affordability levels, up to 60% AMI, and multi-bedroom units for families. Next slide, please. Housing proposed a 5-story, 59-unit development comprised of a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments. More than 50% of the apartments would be for families, and 40% of the apartments will target individuals and families who are at 30% of area median income. Housing will provide resident, property, and supportive housing services and a Stay Well program with a focus on health and wellness, financial digital literacy, as well as workforce readiness. Next slide, please. The old fire station site is located in City Council District 5 on Mount Pleasant Road in the eastern foothills of San Jose. This 0.48 acre site was originally acquired by the city in 1963. It was used by the fire department until 2016 when the fire station was moved. The building has been vacant since. The surrounding neighborhood is mainly residential with single-family homes, schools, and a park. Due to the size and location of the site, its suggested best use is affordable low-income for-sale housing. So the city's objective for this site was to have a proposal that provides the most affordable for-sale housing on the parcel. Next slide, please. Habitat for Humanity submitted a proposal that would offer 8 affordable for-sale 2-story townhouse residences. These will be 2, 3, and 4-bedroom attached townhomes ranging from 992 to 1,400 square feet in size on individual lots. The townhomes will be sold to low-income families earning on average between 60 to 80% AMI. There will be a minimum of 45-year resale restriction recorded against the land. Estimated sales price for each home will be between $337,000 to $387,000, and these homes will be offered to first-time homeowners. Next slide, please. The Alton Montgomery site is located in City Council District 6 and comprises of 3 adjacent parcels totaling 0.8 acres in size. It was recently acquired by the city from Google as a part of the community benefit agreement. This site is located in Dearborn Station area. As stated in the Dearborn Affordable Housing Implementation Plan, there is a need for affordable housing in this area and surrounding communities in light of large-scale transit investment planning for Dearborn Station and Google's Downtown West Transit Village proposal. It is right across the SAP Center, and the neighboring area is comprised of business centers, single-family homes, a shopping plaza, and a public park. There are several bus stops in the area, and Dearborn Station is within half a mile of the site. San Jose Downtown Association has a short-term lease with the city to use this site for storage. The other 2 commercial buildings are currently vacant. The city expects affordable housing development with a minimum of 200 units on this site, offering affordability mix of income levels, with at least half of the units serving 30% AMI households. Next slide, please. The Housing Authority's proposal includes 246 affordable apartments over 2 12-floor towers with a 2-phase construction. Tower 1 will provide 126 affordable 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments for families where 46% of the units will be reserved for households at or below 30% AMI. The remaining units will be restricted to households at or below 60% AMI. Tower 2 will offer 116 studios and 1-bedroom apartments at 30 to 50% AMI. The 2 projects will also reserve 20% of their units for residents in need of permanent supportive housing. As a part of the proposal, the Housing Authority and Life Moves provided a vision for the site with a larger master plan to create an integrated and supporting housing campus that aligns with the Downtown West Redevelopment Area Plan. The master plan includes the Autumn and Montgomery site, the adjacent site owned by Life Moves, and the Housing Authority office site located across Julian Street. Next slide, please. Located in City Council District 2, the Southside Community Center was originally constructed as a school in the 1960s. This site was converted to a community and senior center in the early 2000s. Parks and Recreation Department currently manages 4.67 acre site, and uses the facilities to offer a preschool, after-school care, senior programs, and other community activities. The center is in South San Jose area and is about 8 miles from downtown San Jose. The neighboring area is comprised of single-family homes, department stores, and shopping plazas. The objective of Parks and Recreation Department and the Housing Department is to rebuild the existing community center and include a mix of affordable and market-rate housing on this site. Next slide, please. Bridge Housing and Avalon Bay Communities proposal includes a 2-phase development for the Southside Community Center that will build an expanded community space in addition to both affordable and market rate rental housing on the site. The proposal includes 123 affordable family rental units, 133 affordable senior rental units, 200 market rate rental units, and a new 30,000 square foot community center that includes a 6,000 square foot preschool. The center's current services will be temporarily relocated during construction. I will now turn the presentation over to Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you. The request for proposals also included the Sure Stay Hotel. This hotel was acquired by the city utilizing home key funds. This was the first award made by the state to purchase a hotel to provide immediate housing for our unhoused population. The property includes 76 hotel rooms, a community room, and a detached 2-bedroom manager's unit. Staff is recommending the transfer of this property to the Santa Clara County Housing Authority, who will ground lease the property to Jamboree. This is an opportunity for the city to transfer the Sure Stay to another public agency who is going to ensure the long-term affordability of this site. I would like to recognize several people actually for the efforts made in pulling this all together today. So first I'd like to recognize Jimmy Lin and Banu San for all of their work in pulling this project together. I'd like to thank Kemet Mawakana, Rebecca Ross, Natalie Monk for serving on our evaluation panel. I'd like to recognize Kevin Ice and his team for helping us with all of the real estate transactions that were related to the purchase and transfer of these many sites. And then I would really like to call out our many partners who have joined us today online and have come forward and stepped up and said that they are willing to be partners with the city to see these developments happen. So from Jamboree Housing, I want to recognize Roger and George. From Bridge, Brad and Martin. From Habitat, Rob. From EAH, Bianca. From the Housing Authority, Preston, Flaherty, and Carl. And that is all of the people who have taken their time to make this happen. So this concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Rachel, and the whole team for all the outstanding work that you do. We're now going to go to public comments. So, Tony?
Catalyze SV.
Good afternoon, council members. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Want to praise Banu for a great presentation and a job well done by the city on these sites. I can't believe it. It's great to see 12 stories in District 6 along Julian Street. That's fantastic. And it seems like the city is really working hard to try to maximize the amount of housing on these sites. And I think we just want to remind ourselves that when it's city-owned land, we have an opportunity, dare I say, a responsibility to raise the bar with those sites and build as much housing and make them as good as possible. I love to see, like on the South Side project in Councilmember Jimenez's district, to see the community center kept and incorporated into the development. I think that'll be fantastic. Integration to have the development alongside all those homes with the community center. So as these projects are making their way through city staff, through the development process and back to council, as they're coming into contact with your constituents and your districts, just continue to, if you can, put community engagement at the forefront because it's city-owned public taxpayer land. Put community amenities and benefits at the forefront and continue to put affordable housing at the forefront. I think those are three North Star priorities that can guide you, council, and you staff as you're building developments on city-owned land. So very grateful to staff for moving this forward. Thank you, Rachel, and your team. And as always, we look forward to seeing how they make their way through the community engagement process to build public support and make the best possible project for the community. Thanks.
Caller 1367, press star 6 to unmute.
Yes, my name is Lillian, and I now live in District 3. I used to live in District 6. My question is to Mr. Melicana, Sunlin, and Rachel. How do you establish criteria for being in affordable housing? I myself am in affordable housing through EAH. I'm a senior. 2.5 to 3, over 3 times your income limit is how you get in. Many of us seniors are on fixed income, and we actually will be kind of forced out when that income level continues to rise, because some of the contracts to living in affordable housing are yearly, but then they go month to month. So my question to you is, how do you establish criteria? You don't are not on a private property per se, but city property. How will that change with the establishment of affordable housing on city property and open land space, open park space? When you build affordable housing, there is a criteria for so much land to be established with that affordable housing. I live across from a park that was supposed to be established, was supposed to be a park. It's simply dirt. There's probably 3 acres of dirt, never was completed. So how do you get the development fees to complete that project if in fact it is mandatory with affordable housing? Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank staff for all of the work that they've been doing. This was council direction a few years ago to look at city-owned properties where we could maximize and deem better use in terms of deeming it for housing. So I appreciate this because I also come from when I was a school board member for Eastside Union High School District, one of the things that would have been also fantastic is to have looked at all the properties that the district owned, because we know that district offices, school districts own a great deal of property, and to be able to look and see how we can better utilize that that land, I think is going to be I imagine that it's going to have to be looked at in the near future as we're still facing this crisis. I wanted to speak specifically on Station 21, which is in District 5, and it's in an area where, we've mentioned this before. I know that city staff understands this because we've just, we opened up a small satellite library up in that corner, but it's an area where there are resources and services are very scarce. There is no public transportation. Families have to walk their way down onto White Road, which is quite a walk, by the way, from that corner. Again, no real city services or open space, and I bring this up because the neighbors and the residents who live there and who are very active have expressed concerns, and rightfully so. They want to understand what else could have been done in that space, such as a community park, pocket park, or a community center. And if maybe Rachel or Jackie, if someone from the team could just talk a little bit about the state law, AB 1486, and when that was enacted, so that we can also have that greater context in terms of what the state is starting to mandate from us in order to meet the housing crisis.
All right, this is Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director with the Housing Department. So thank you, Councilmember Crosco, for your question. And when we have gone through the process of identifying the use for city sites, such as this one, we basically started working with the real estate office and basically evaluating different surplus lands that were available. And so this site was one that we evaluated together. It was discussed with the Parks Department to see if this was something they were interested in. And at the time, and I believe that currently their position was that it's a small site, and it's also in a location that would be difficult to maintain. So it wasn't a site that they were interested in. And so the housing department felt like it was a great opportunity to create home ownership for low income people. This is really something that we don't do very often, or haven't had the chance to do in very many places in our city. And so this was really a small site, but an opportunity for affordable home ownership at this site.
Thanks, Rachel. And AB 1486 was signed into law in October of 2019. Am I correct?
Okay, yes, and sorry, thank you for the second part of the question. So AB 1486 talks about surplus. It's the Surplus Lands Act, and what it does is actually requires that any public agency who is surplusing land must first make that land available for affordable housing purposes. And so in this case, I think that for all of these proposals, we're taking this law very seriously and are looking for creative ways in order to make affordable housing work. So this is very consistent with the state law.
Okay, thank you. And again, enacted, signed into law by Governor Newsom in October of 2019. And I believe that we voted on the surplus land just a few years ago. So I just wanted to give it a little bit of context because my neighbors who just really live down the street from where I am are concerned about this. And I was hoping that they'd be here today. You know, I've had the pleasure of working with the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood Association, particularly Trudy and Melissa, or the Honorable Melissa, Trustee Melissa Got Lopez. And I have seen them really be very engaged and very thoughtful about their decisions and their actions, and worked really hard, have been working very hard to engage a community that many times can be challenging to get them out for a number of reasons. And they truly understand what it is to live in a very densely populated community, one of the districts that was hit the hardest with COVID in terms of infections and mortality rates, and then fighting for additional resources like having a testing site and access to vaccinations. They were along for the ride with me all the way from beginning till present. And I wanted to respect their concerns and be able to voice them here. I'm going to support the project. It's an unbelievable opportunity for families, especially in this area in the city of San Jose, to be able to purchase a home that's between $337,000 and it tops off at about $387,000. That's unheard of. But did want to be able to lay out what the concerns are, and the concerns are, again, lack of resources, lack of public transportation. We don't have the amenities that other areas, even in the same district, have, like a community center, and the public library. You know, we were able to get that. Thanks to Jill Bourne's leadership, the satellite library that sits on the property of one of our elementary schools. And so it's been a great partnership. But again, it speaks to the scarcity of resources that we have in the area. And so one of the things that they wanted to make sure we all heard, I'm actually just speaking as their spokesperson right now because they're not here, was wanted some assurance in terms of how we hold the developer, in this case Habitat for Humanity, how we hold them accountable to the community engagement process and to the feedback that the neighbors might give them.
So, again, this is Rachel Vanderveen. What we're entering into and we're requesting authorization for today is to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement. And one of the goals that was stated by the city in this entire process was that there be a robust community process. And so we plan to include the requirements for that process in this agreement, which will create accountability to Habitat. And honestly, we will have that for all of the developers for these projects.
Wonderful, thank you. And I will just say that some of the concerns that they have is the frontage, greenery, the potential, and I know that this is another cost, but at least have a conversation about a potential community space that might be available for the new residents that might be coming in, as well as the residents around the area. Again, because we have nothing in that area. But also including parking, given that there is no public transportation up there, none whatsoever, and families, low-income families, as well as every other income, if they are going to use public transportation, they have to trek it all the way down to White Road, which is quite a distance from where this property is sitting, especially if you're carrying with you an infant or a toddler. I've had to talk to other moms in the area who have told me how difficult it is to get off the bus and trek it from White Road with groceries and baby in tow. So parking is something that the community is interested in, and as well as just being able to give some feedback on the aesthetics of the properties. It's 8 units or 8 townhomes. Again, wonderful opportunity for at least 8 of our families here in the area. And just want to make sure that I'm able to express that and hear some feedback in terms of how we can ensure. You just said that you're making sure that there's a community engagement. I'm assuming that since it's going to be part of a contract, then accountability is everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stop there. Thank you so much. And I want to thank, again, the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood Association. I want to thank in particular Trudy Ellerbeck, as well as Melissa Gott Lopez. Also, of course, I want to thank the Housing Department. This is an important, these are important projects for the whole city of San Jose. And I'm glad that the city of San Jose, this council, took this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to, well, first and foremost, the Housing Department for really doing the work on this. I know even Nancy Klein had her hand in the evaluation in the site in District 2 at the Southside Community Center. And so just a big thank you to all the staff that played a role. I very much appreciate it. I also want to thank a lot of the partners who I believe are on the call that I think we've already started meeting with, but that I know are going to be critical partners as this process begins to move forward. And the other thing I'd highlight is that in a local news organization, you saw just today them highlighting an instance where other cities are continuously getting backlash, and maybe council members in those respective cities, moving forward with some trepidation and concern. And so I'm very proud of the fact that this city and this housing department and this council continues to move forward in a very much an expedited way to get more of this housing built. And so very excited about that. The District 2 community, we're going to be, as you saw on the slides, redeveloping the Southside Community Center, which, by the way, I hope at some point is renamed to the Charlotte Powers Senior Center. But that's a different conversation. But I think it's going to be a wonderful space, and obviously a critical component to that I've already shared with my residents, and I'm going to continue to share, is obviously the relocation of some of the programming as this moves forward. But I very much look forward to working with all the partners, the housing department, everyone else, and of course the community to make this a success. because I really do think it's a grand opportunity to really develop a lot of different housing and really have a lot of vibrancy in one space, right? Community center for the seniors. We got youth there, you got a preschool there, and of course the folks that are going to be living there. I think it's going to be a wonderful project that I'm going to do everything I can to help move forward. With that, I'll move this item, and thank you. And that's all I have, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up or names on the board. We have a motion and a second. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 8.2, actions related to the surplus and property sale and property management agreement for the Sure Stay Hotel by Best Western located at 1488 North First Street.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, let's go to public comments.
Gail Osmer.
Hi, good afternoon. So what I want to talk about, I'm sure you all know, is the fate of the RV park at the baseball field at Columbus Park. You really have to stop and think what's going to happen here when the RVs are moving to your neighborhoods. There's no plan right now. I don't think people are saying they can move in to the new one out at D10, but I don't think it's fair for D10 and D2.
Gail?
Yes?
Sorry for interrupting. That's an open forum item.
I'm sorry.
We'll get there shortly.
Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry.
No worries. You'll have a chance. Thank you.
That was the only speaker.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Carrasco, aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Next is item 10.1, land use consent. And do we have any public comments?
There are no hands.
Oh. Okay.
No, there's nothing.
Oh, no, we don't have a 10.1.
Move approval of nothing? Okay, we'll just keep moving. So on to open forum, and Councilmember Cohen, I don't know if you wanted to. Okay. All right, so on to open forum.
Okay, I'm going to call, I have several cards for people in person. When I call your name, please come down. First person to the microphone, just state your first name and start speaking. Lee Wheeler.
Sorry.
Sandra. Robert Mickinen. Jasmine and Sarah.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to first start out by expressing my appreciation for the hard work that the Council has done, staff has done, and all my neighbors have done for the Not on Noble project to get the Noble site removed from consideration for the tiny homes. I'm here today to also request that Council finds a way to permanently take that site off future lists so we don't have to go through this again in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, what the case may be. So that is my hope and the neighbors in the neighborhoods hope also that we can have some kind of resolution to permanently take this off. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask each of you to remember taking time tests when you were in school. The test was filled with both easy and hard questions. The successful students learned a certain strategy very quickly. You don't take a time test in chronological order. You go through and answer all the easiest questions first, and then go back and tackle the harder ones. This strategy will serve you very well right now. Giving Penitentia Creek Trail Reach 2 charter park status, this is very easy. Do that first, and then go back and tackle the harder problems. Doing this will help you redeem yourself from the underhanded 8-2 vote in June. It will place you back in the good graces of people you serve and immediately lift enormous amounts of stress off of everyone living in our neighborhood. Do not put this off until you have inventoried and assessed every single park in the 10th largest city in the nation. Do the easiest thing now. Charter park status for Reach 2. You do not have time to waste.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The stress the city council has put on us is overwhelming. 5 years ago, the city came after our park. This year, the city came after our park again. We can't stop fighting for our park. We can't go on living day after day, year after year, stressing on when the city council will try and take our park again. We need the city council to approve, verify, sanctify, certify, document the noble site. Our Penitentia Reach 2 Park is a dedicated charter park. We have a leadership crisis in today's government. We're asking all of you to restore faith in government officials. We have lost trust in the federal, the state, and county government. What we have left is our local city government. We have a crisis of untrustworthy government officials. We're asking all of you to restore trust in government officials. We need someone with integrity and honesty. Give us someone we can have faith in. Do the right thing to restore faith by granting our Penitentia Creek Reach 2 Park charter status. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council member and Mayor. Even though Mr. Mercado is not here, but it's also for him. So I'm here mainly about this idea of proposing a tiny homes with more than 100 beds to our park. And it will be very harmful to our community, our schools, our library, and most of this is my 6th protest that I joined to speak up for our community. So as our respectful Mayor Assembly Cato said, tiny homes should not be built on the park. With that said, we have seen our city played games with us on making it hard to say this is a park. I think this is the most hilarious debate I have heard this year because there are multiple signs on the side that it's a city park. The city maintains it by doing trash pickup and things like that, and we use it every day as a park. And then there are multiple letters from Wildlife Service and park associations saying it's a park, and our council member David Cohen support us on saying it's a park, and even the emergency interim housing support us, it's a park, but our city still hesitate to say it's a park. That reminds me of childhood fairy tale that I heard called The King's New Clothes. It's like you're lying in front of everyone, just so simple that everybody thinks it's so hilarious. So I urge the city to make the correct decision, listen to the community, stick to democracy, do not violate Brown Act, do the right thing. Last thing I want to say is this open forum timing is very inconvenient for the community who are working class to come and join. It's very hard to figure out when it's open.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable City Manager and city members. So you can tell from you can see the document. I think you guys can dig out this document. Pennsylvania Creek Chain Ranch 2 Park Master Plan Narrative Report. This is from 2002, June 2002. Approved by the City of San Jose Parks Recreation Commission, May 1st, 2002. May I ask you, why Noble is a charter park must be approved, postponed to vote on November 29th. There's any political matters, you guys delayed the vote or something else. This document proved already Pennsylvania Creek Park Chain Ranch 2 is a park. There's no doubt. You city members cannot deny this is the truth. Please declare this is a charter park as soon as possible. Don't leave out mayor for us. And the second one, we have also the city memo from February 7th, 2007 is the agreement for city, district, and county entry into a joint use agreement for the lands of the upper Pennsylvania Creek chain. This also proves that Noble is a charter park. There's no problem. I don't know why it's delayed to vote. If you guys leave the nightmare for us, it will be a nightmare for you guys for the next election. Thank you.
Yi Liao.
Hi, I'm here to thank you for temporary remove Noble site from the tiny home optional site. So thank you. But I want to emphasize the Noble Park is a park, no doubt that, right? Everybody agree. But put it in officially in the chapter park. So I urge the councilman and the mayor to do that. Secondly, I want to talk to David Cohen. D4 don't have homeless issue, homeless crisis. It's not necessary to do any tiny home at D4. You can help, but you cannot hurt any residential people. So think about that. So that's the second point. The third point, actually, New York City sends the homeless people to Hawaii. Think about that. So the more homeless you build, tiny home you build, you will get more from San Francisco, from the Sacramento, even from New York City, from Texas. Anyway, you said that. Think about that. Okay, thank you.
Tom Wilson.
Hi, I'm here representing Not on Noble, if you couldn't tell by my t-shirt. So the Not on Noble community has been living in fear of losing Penitentiary Creek Reach 2, our beloved neighborhood park. First in 2017 when designated for EIH development, and this year when you voted to build there again. With the dread of losing our park, we reacted with anger and an impulse to fight. We're sorry for lashing out, but we're happy you're currently assessing more appropriate sites. However, we will continue to feel anxious and afraid that our park will be targeted again. The city was wrong in designating a park for EIH, causing much undue anxiety in our community. We ask that you now do something to alleviate our community's fear. We're unwilling to wait for any drawn-out processes. Not on Noble is seeking swift protection of our park. We're asking for immediate and forever protection of Reach 2 in the form of a written declaration, resolution, or proclamation stating Reach 2 is, from this point forward, a charter park and not viable for any non-park development. Thank you.
Gail Osmer.
know, I'm pretty scared about what's going to happen here because I know in the future you will be abating these RVs, and there's no place for them to go except back on the street. A lot of these unhoused have been living in their homes, their RV homes, for many years. Unfortunately, as we all know, a lot of them don't have registration. So if you're trying to get it into an RV park, unfortunately, that's what they want, somebody that has a pink slip. Well, not a lot of people have pink slips to their RVs. I think it's really important to step back and really take a look at this and think about the people that are living there. Think about people where they're going to go. Think about your constituents who are not going to be happy when they go into your neighborhood. I know there's a plan, but this park I don't think is part of the plan, at least right away. I could be wrong, but please stop and think and use logic to think about where these RV people are going to be going, because they will be going in your neighborhood, and I know you don't want that. Thank you so much.
Jay O'Shea?
Good evening, Council President. I want to commend those outgoing city councilors who will soon be leaving us. I want to congratulate them on a very successful run on City Council. They did the unprecedented. Here at Central Planning, we couldn't be more thankful to you for everything you've accomplished. Restaurants going out of business left and right, homelessness skyrocketing. A 90-year-old business went under because of the lockdown policies that were implemented. A tamale institution. We couldn't be more thankful for your work for us on our behalf here at Central Planning. We see further that downtown sales taxes are plunging to below pre-COVID levels, 39% below pre-COVID levels, in fact. Here at Central Planning, we expect that to continue. You know, the cascading effect of locking down the global economy cannot be understated, and we're really only just now starting to feel the effects of that. Counselors, we couldn't have done that without you. I know you're seeing the reports. Business in downtown San Jose is dead. Retail sales tax tanking. There's more to come from there. And we couldn't thank you enough. So on behalf of Central Planning, just wanted to thank all of you for your work outgoing here at City Council. We couldn't be more grateful for the destitution, the desperation, the masking policies and the effect they had on the children. They have slowed down verbal acumens. So on your way out, I salute you. Thank you, comrade.
Back to the council.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.